Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm going to have Mrs. Barron with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Castillo with the invocation.
Heavenly Father, we come with a humble heart. First and foremost, we want to thank you for our amazing team led by our superintendent, and for the dedication, commitment, and hard work of our teachers, administrators, staff, students, and our families. We are grateful that through their collective efforts, PLJA has received an A rating from the state of Texas. May this accomplishment remind us that when we work together with purpose and dedication, many things are possible. As we consider and approve our budget and discuss the many important matters before us, we ask you to guide our thoughts, our words, our decisions. Give us wisdom, patience, understanding, and good judgment. Help us always place the best interests of our students, employees, and our community at the heart of every decision we make. Help us listen to one another with respect, to work together in unity, and to make decisions that will strengthen PLJA ISD and provide us the best opportunities for our children. Bless our superintendent, our administration, and continue to bless our wonderful PLJA community and guide us as we work together to build an even brighter future for our children. May everything we do tonight be done with conviction, compassion, and in a spirit of service. We place this meeting and all of our decisions in your hands. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Ms. Garza, do we have, Diego, do we have any public comments?
Mr. President, we do have a couple of comments. The first one being Tio Puente.
Oh, Pito Puente.
All right. Before Mr. Puente gets up here, I'll go ahead and read the rules for members of the audience, as well as any elected officials on the dais. The PSJA Board of Trustees welcome members of the community to speak on the agenda items that will be voted on during the meeting. Members who sign up before 5 p.m. deadline will be asked to speak in the order the form was received. If the individual signed up but are not present when name is called, the submission will be voided. The PSJ School Board permits each person to speak within an established 3-minute window. Please remember, only items on the agenda may be addressed by the individual speaking before the board. Individuals intending to speak on items not on the agenda will be directed to the superintendent or the designee, which would be myself. As part of the process, specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be used in response to inquiries presented, but keep in mind the board will not deliberate or enter into dialogue with members of the public during the portion of the meeting. If a member of the public causes disruption by his or her words or actions during the meeting and continues to do so after at least one warning, the presiding officer may request the assistance from law enforcement officials for the individual to be removed from the meeting. Mr. Puente, I will keep time. I will give you a 1-minute time hack when 1 minute remains. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Right. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Mr. Superintendent. I'm here just wanting to congratulate you all on such a fantastic year. An A rating is an awesome achievement, and this is a reflection of just the dedication of our principals, assistant principals, teachers, and especially our students. But the reason I'm speaking today is because I want us to keep I want our congratulations to also extend to the support staff, to our maintenance, to our food service, to our paraprofessionals, because they are part of the team. without them, without the consistency that they've shown, we might not have been able to reach that pivotal 90 plus. So I wanted to say, let's keep them in our minds also, and our congratulations when we do so. And the second thing, I was looking for, just on the first ratings, and I was looking at looking for the first ratings for the last 24 years or so. And I was struggling to find this last year's. I had called the business office to see what that score was, because I didn't want to simply congratulate the principals down, I wanted to extend that up. But it was difficult to find. Fortunately, I was able to find it on the TEA site for 2025, and it was listed as an A superior. And I was hoping that we wouldn't have to look for those great indications of the financial scores too. And I hopefully, whenever the new one gets released, either this month or maybe by
Mr. Puente,
November,
1 minute remains, and I'll remind you to stay on agenda items.
that we would be able to maintain that, and we'd be able to reveal that to everyone as you want to be as transparent as possible. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puente.
Mr. President, next up will be Ms. Maria Quintanilla.
Good evening. Last time I didn't say good evening to everybody, President, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. Once again, I'm here, Maria Quintanilla, representing parents, employees, the community, and my agenda is on the recommended school budget finance. This time I use this instead of typing it out. Okay, 3 minutes, corre y se va. Once again, I already said that. I signed up for the finance section.
How do I mute myself?
Oh, okay. Mr. Villegas, we're on public comments. To let everybody know, Mr. Villegas is going to be joining us virtually.
No más me
He's
pasa a
out of
mí,
town
right?
right now. Go ahead, miss.
It happened to me the last
Sorry for
time.
the interruption.
Okay, no, that's okay. After approving, I suggest you all continue to monitor the impact of the financial decisions you all make, not only by what is presented, which I've stayed for the meetings and I've heard the presentations, but also consider the experiences of our students, parents, teachers, and staff. A budget is more than data and numbers. Teachers have suggested more district questionnaires to ask the staff what we really need. More than half of the staff would have to answer to validate any of these surveys or questionnaires. Anything less than that should not be valid. Anyways, and committees should stop being handpicked, and they should be publicized, announced to recruit from different departments so that we all represent when there is committees at schools or in the district, which I haven't heard of any. Keep asking the tough questions. I know some people ask questions, and thank you for that. During the presentations, that shows that, you know, you all are trying to figure out stuff, the details about the expenses throughout the year. So keep asking those questions. Just like we give report cards, you know, we should be asking what's going on with the money in the schools. Teachers should not be buying paper or supplies. I continue to suggest that you guys visit the campus individually, not to intimidate, but to get a better sense of the schools, the classrooms, know the teachers, know the students, walk the hallways, observe differences in schools, get ideas from one to the other to help out the others. See the challenges they are facing, see the ratios of teachers and students. Come during lunch periods, walk, talk, sit with the kids, just observe. Listen to the people who experience the impact by the decisions you all make. Also, know the difference between equality and equity. Okay, I also wanted to mention, as staff is being transferred, and I've heard, you know, keep in mind and consider those who travel from school to school and ask how they feel about it. I once was told, not asked, that I was going to be transferred, and I had to fight it. Seemed like nobody cared, but eventually, you know, I guess calling everybody helped. Anyway, I just want to thank you for your service, for asking the questions, and for advocating for the betterment of our district. And Dr. Elias, I know I was told that, you have an open door policy, so I hope I can come around so that I can, we can talk more.
Time has been completed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quintanilla.
Cristela Guzman.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, staff, and community. My name is Cristela Guzman, and I'm a member of the Texas Classroom Teachers Association. Tonight, I want to take a few minutes to celebrate something worth recognizing. PSJA ISD earned an A rating in the TEA accountability system. The information I'm sharing is public, and the numbers tell a powerful story. In Region 1, PSJA ranks 5th behind South Texas ISD with 4,741 students, Roma ISD with 5,916, Raymondville ISD with 1,901, Valley View ISD with 3,304 students. But what makes PSJA stand out is our size. Those 4 districts combined serve approximately 15,862 students, while PSJA serves 29,043 students, nearly twice as many. In a district our size, achieving excellence means serving almost 30,000 students with different strengths, needs, backgrounds, and challenges. It means building systems that work not just for a few hundred students, but for an entire community. And when we compare PSJA to other large districts serving 25,000 students or more, PSJA ranks 3rd behind only Frisco ISD and Prosper ISD districts that scored just 1 point higher than PSJA. That is something our entire community should be proud of. There will always be naysayers who try to twist the narrative, but opinions do not change the data. The data shows that PSJA is moving forward. The data shows growth, and most importantly, the data shows that our focus remains exactly where it belongs, on our students. An A rating does not happen because of one person, one department, or one initiative. It happens because thousands of people throughout PSJA understand one simple responsibility. Students always come first. From our superintendent and executive officers to principals, teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors, transportation, nutrition, dual language, special education, curriculum and instruction, and every department across PSJA, we all have different responsibilities, but we share the same purpose, our students. Behind this rating are programs designed to support student success, enrichment, tutoring, intervention, acceleration, extended learning opportunities, strong instructional programs, and data-driven support, and countless extra hours dedicated to helping students succeed. But I also believe PSJA will become even stronger when every one of us truly recognizes that students are what matters most. And that commitment cannot only be something we say when there is a microphone in front of us or a crowd watching. It has to be visible in our actions. Putting students first is more than achieving a rating. It is reflected in the decisions we make, the resources we provide, the opportunities we create, and how we treat one another. Because at the end of the day, actions always speak louder than words. This A rating is something to celebrate, but it should also motivate us to ask, what can we accomplish next if every decision we make
Time.
begins and ends? Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. President, we have Mr. Hernan Cortez.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Elias, district leaders, and community members. My name is Hernan Cortez, excuse me, and I am a middle school theater teacher. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Oso Dome Auditorium renovations and additions project. As an educator who works with students every day, I have seen firsthand how the performing arts transforms lives. Theater is about so much more than acting on a stage. It teaches confidence, communication, teamwork, creativity, problem solving, leadership, and perseverance. These are skills that students carry with them throughout their lives and into whatever career they choose. The Oso Dome renovation would create incredible opportunities for our students. Imagine our theater students performing in a modern venue with professional quality lighting, sound systems, and backstage facilities. Imagine choir students hearing the full richness of their performances in an acoustically improved auditorium. Imagine band, mariachi, dance, theater, and visual arts students having a showcase venue worthy of their hard work and talent. Our community values athletics, and we have proudly invested in our student athletes, but our fine arts students deserve the same attention and investment. The proposed $5.7 million may sound like a significant amount, but consider that McAllen ISD is investing approximately $35 million in a theater. From that perspective, $5.7 million to renovate a facility that has served generations of PSJA students sounds more like a bargain. The Oso Dome is more than a building. It is a part of PSJA's history. Thousands of us remember being bused there as children to watch the annual children's plays, while hundreds of PSJA students experience the excitement of performing on that stage. Renovating the Oso Dome would honor those memories while creating new opportunities for the next generation. Our athletes deserve great places to compete, and our artists deserve great places to perform. This isn't simply an investment in a building, it is an investment in our students, our fine arts program, and the history and future of PSJA. A project like this benefits students both on and off the stage. Theater programs teach skills in design, lighting technology, sound engineering, stage management, costume and set construction, and event production. These experiences prepare students for careers in entertainment, communication, technology, education, and many other fields. A renovated Oso Dome would allow our students to learn and perform at a level that reflects the excellence we expect throughout the district. Beyond its value to students, the Oso Dome has the potential to serve as a true cultural hub for our area. It can host student performances, concerts, fine arts showcases, academic competitions, cultural celebrations, guest speakers, community gatherings, and regional events. It would be a place where families, schools, and the broader community come together to celebrate achievement, creativity, and culture. For many members of our community, the Oso Dome is much more than just a building. It is a landmark and a treasured part of PSJA history. There are countless community members who remember attending school plays there as students, celebrating award ceremonies, graduation-related events, and gathering for important community occasions. These memories span generations. The Oso Dome is woven into the story of the PSJA family, and preserving and improving it honors both our past and our future. The Oso Dome renovation is not simply a construction project, it is an investment in our students, our fine arts program, our community, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, Mr. President, we have Natalie Cáceres Flores.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, members of the PSJA community. I am here tonight to acknowledge an incredible accomplishment that deserves to be recognized and applauded. PSJA ISD earned an A accountability rating from the Texas Education Agency for 2026. This is not just another recognition. It is the highest rating a public school district can receive in the state of Texas, and only 17% of Texas school districts achieve this distinction. This A rating is based on 3 critical measurements: student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. Excelling in all 3 areas requires years of focused work, high expectations, strategic planning, and unwavering commitment to students. While there may be differing opinions about leadership and decisions made along the way, those of us who work in this district understand that accomplishment of this magnitude do not happen by accident. They require strong leadership, a clear vision, and a consistent support. The leadership of Superintendent Dr. Elias, along with our district and campus administrators, has played a significant role in creating the conditions that allowed this success to happen. At this time, this achievement belongs to all of us. It belongs to our teachers who inspire learning every single day. It belongs to our paraprofessionals who provide critical support. It belongs to our counselors, our nurses, librarians, and content coordinators. It belongs to the custodians who create safe and welcoming learning environments. It belongs to our cafeteria workers who nourish our students. It belongs to the bus drivers who get them safely and to and from school. It belongs to our security personnel who help protect our campuses. It belongs to every employee who contributes to the success of our students. Most importantly, it belongs to our students and their families. Another remarkable fact is that every PSJ school earned either an A or a B rating. There was no campus rated C, D, or F. That level of district-wide success demonstrates excellence across our entire system and reflects the collective effort of everyone involved. As we celebrate this achievement, let us do so in a way that unites us. Not one group, department, or individual can claim sole ownership of this success, and no employee's contributions should be excluded or diminished. This A rating was earned through teamwork, dedication, and a shared commitment to serving students. Tonight, I encourage all of us to take pride in what PSJ has accomplished. Let us celebrate our students, our staff, our leadership, and our community for reaching a milestone that few districts in Texas have achieved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last public comment, Mr. President, Christina Young.
Good evening, President, board members, superintendent. First, I would like to congratulate our staff on the district receiving an A rating. This accomplishment reflects the hard work and dedication of employees across our district. As you consider the recommended school budget today, I hope it recognizes the work of those who helped make this achievement possible. Last week, a speaker from another organization referenced TIA in discussions about raises. While TIA is an amazing program, not every employee receives it, and it should not be viewed as a measure of employees' contribution or considered in a compensation package. PSJ AFT believes in an all-in approach. I also want to remind the board that many employees choose to carry family insurance coverage. Those premiums increased last year, and the cost of that coverage is also being addressed in today's budget. For these employees, higher insurance costs can significantly reduce the impact of a raise. We ask that you consider the full financial picture when making compensation decisions. Our teachers worked hard to ensure academic success. Liaisons and office staff spent hours contacting absent students. Our counselors manage enormous workloads, scheduling students and placing them in college classes. Our support staff work in labs to ensure students had access to TSI testing. Security and custodians came in to prepare for Saturday tutorials as well as teaching staff. Many of these individuals, who may I add, are not eligible for TIA, yet all actions pointing to accountability ratings. As we advocated last board meeting for all our employees, we asked the board to remember this A rating is a team accomplishment. We hope and are confident today's budget recognizes the contributions of all employees. I would also like to address Board Policy Update 127 on the agenda. We understand TASB Update 127 includes various administrative personnel and operation changes. Our concern is that the agenda description is too vague. Does it concern the superintendent separation update? Does it concern federal procurement thresholds, personnel, staff conduct, specialized programs, financial procurement? If there are multiple changes, what specific policies are being considered? I am sure there will be a detailed presentation, but shouldn't the agenda provide enough information for the public to know what is actually be considered before the meeting? This is especially important when the public is expected to speak specifically to agenda items. It is difficult to provide meaningful public comment when the agenda itself is not specific. Other districts have begun listing the specific policies included in these updates, and we believe our district should consider doing the same. Transparency should work both ways. If public is expected to be specific in its comments to items on the agenda should be specific enough for the public to understand what is being considered. PSJ AFT congratulates our staff on this A rating, and we ask the board to recognize the work of all employees while continuing to improve transparency and public participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes public comments.
Thank you everyone for your comments. Before we continue, I just wanted to, for the sake of having a productive meeting, we're gonna hold off on the comments after each presentation. So we're gonna wait until after each presentation so we can ask questions, whatever. Okay? And I also wanna let Mr. Villegas and Ms. Gutierrez know that after the legal has let you all know that the time is up, if you continue talking, then you will be muted. So I just wanted to give you a heads up for the sake of having a productive meeting. Thank you.
Mr. President, on that note, so how is the 2 minutes gonna count with each presentation? Am I gonna be able to, are we gonna be able to ask 2 minutes of question for each presentation? How is that gonna work? And then as far as the reference you just made, I'm gonna speak for myself. Then I ask legal to count the minutes correctly and not close the microphone when I'm speaking because my 2 minutes seem to be shorter than everyone else's. You and I have discussed it, Mr. Rodriguez, President Rodriguez, so I request that you pay attention to that and to not close my microphone when I'm speaking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And the clarification about how is that gonna work if they do presentation, we're not gonna be bound to the 2 minute after?
We're gonna be, any comments, any questions are gonna be after the presentation. I just don't want any interruption during their presentation because I want to make sure. that we
Correct, but
productively-
my question is, are we going to not use the 2-minute rule? Because if we have, let's say, 3 presentations, that's 6 minutes that each board member gets to speak and ask questions.
If for
If we
some-
wait until the end, is that gonna be, the case? Or is it only gonna be 2 minutes for all of the presentations? Because then the policy, should not apply in this case.
Well,
So I would like to
Ms.
have
Gutierrez, if you
clarification
let
from
me,
legal.
if I can speak, please. If you do not have enough time to say everything you want to ask, then we'll let Mr. Elias, Dr. Elias, to answer all those other questions. If you don't have enough time.
Yeah, but how is he gonna answer the questions if I don't get to ask
We will-
answer them if I don't get to ask the
We
questions?
will take note, he will take note, that way to make sure that he gets all those answers for you.
Right, but my question is, if we don't get to ask the questions, how does he know what he's gonna have to answer later on?
He will let you know.
He will let me know what?
Or you can submit any other questions, you can just submit those if you want to. Submit them to him, email him, so that we can answer those questions.
Well, you know, for the sake of transparency, each presentation should then, at the end of each presentation, have questions and not wait until we do all the presentations, you know, and then ask questions. Is that how it's gonna work? One presentation, we ask questions, one presentation, we ask questions?
Correct.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Go
just
ahead,
for
Ms.
clarification. So we have 2 minutes after item A and then 2 minutes after
Correct.
item B, correct?
Yeah, good,
Just, thank you.
okay.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Mr. Villegas.
thank you for acknowledging me. Hello to all the board members and to all our administrative staff and the audience. I'm in Houston with some medical issues with my wife, so this is why I'm on Zoom. So as I understand, Mr. President, we're adhering to the 2 minutes, and from what I understand, your clarification is that we won't be allowed 2 minutes after each item or each presentation. That's correct?
Yes, sir, after each item.
Okay, and when we relinquish our 2 minutes, whether we've reached it or not, then we can't come back again on that same subject. Is that correct?
If we have gone to the next item, yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay,
Yes, Mr. President, we move on to item 4, Superintendent of Schools presentations, and we have letter A, the 2025-2026 A through F accountability ratings, and Dr. Marquez will be presenting on this one with his executive officers.
This is the microphone. Well, good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Elias and district leadership. Tonight, we are presenting an overview of our district's 2025-2026 A to F accountability ratings. Although I feel like our public comment speakers have done a good job of giving you the highlights, we're going to go ahead and continue. We're going to review the district's overall performance, our campus results and distinctions, and we'll provide context also for understanding what these ratings represent. But most importantly, we're going to recognize the collective work across our district that contributed to these outcomes and that identify where we must continue building on this progress. So the cat's out of the bag, but I think everyone knows we are elated to share with our school board of trustees and our community that PSJ ISD has earned an A rating from the Texas Education Agency. This is our district's second A rating and a moment of great pride for the entire PSJ family. However, the A earned this year is especially meaningful and historic for reasons that we will explain in greater detail throughout this presentation. And as has been said previously, this accomplishment is a result not only of this year, but of years of hard work, dedication, teamwork, and collaboration by our entire PSJ family, with student success at the center of our efforts. And as was mentioned in public comment, very good observation that it takes the entire team, the entire family, to meet the basic needs of our students and not just the academic needs, that children are not hungry, that they're transported to school, that they're safe, that we address their social and emotional well-being. But it takes everybody working together, from the school board down to our teachers, our students, and of course, our staff. So we'll take a closer look at our overall results behind this historic achievement. On the left side of this slide, you can see our 2025 accountability results, which is last year's, where PSJ ISD earned an overall score of 87 and a B rating. On the right, we have our 2026 results, where the district improved to a 90 overall and an A rating. What is especially impressive, you will notice, is that this improvement was not isolated to a single area, but if you compare from left to right, you will see that we saw growth across every domain in the accountability system. Our overall score increased by 3 points, student achievement improved by 4 points, school progress improved from an 87 to a 90, academic growth improved by 6 points, relative performance improved from an 87 to a 90, and closing the gaps improved from an 88 to a 90. In addition to earning an A rating, PSJA was also awarded a post-secondary readiness distinction, recognizing the work being done across the district to prepare students for success after graduation. Again, these efforts demonstrate broad-based improvement across our system and reflect the collective efforts of our campuses, departments, and staff in advancing student achievement and post-secondary readiness. This slide highlights several of the key accomplishments reflected in our 2026 accountability results. As was mentioned earlier, we earned an overall accountability rating of 90, resulting in an A rating for the district. But just as importantly, PSJ ISD is an AB honor roll district with no campuses rated C, D, or F. Under Texas's A to F accountability system, that is a rare accomplishment, particularly for a district our size. Looking at our campus ratings, we had 27 out of our 43 campuses and programs earning an A rating. These include 5 high schools, 4 middle schools, and 18 elementary schools. The remaining 16 campuses earned a B rating, including 1 high school, 4 middle schools, and 11 elementary schools. Several of these campuses were only a few points away from reaching an A. I'd also like to add that we had 0 schools identified for targeted or additional support, which is also a rarity in school accountability. Usually, a lot of districts have 1 or 2 schools that are identified. We had 0. And what makes these results especially meaningful is that the strong performance was evident across every grade level and throughout the district. This wasn't the result of a few high-performing schools. It reflects the collective work taking place across PSJ ISD and our shared commitment to student success at every campus. This is truly an outstanding accomplishment and one that reflects the dedication of our students, staff, families, and school leaders across the district. In a few moments, the executive officers will come up here to the podium and we will recognize each of our schools individually. But first, we're proud to recognize our 27 A-rated schools and 16 B-rated schools as a group. And in this slide, you can see our 27 A-rated campuses, and we celebrate them, including 5 high schools, 4 middle schools, and 18 elementary campuses and programs, which you see all listed here. These ratings reflect outstanding work by our students, teachers, support staff, campus leaders, and families. Earning an A rating requires sustained performance across multiple accountability measures, which is a very challenging task, and each of these campuses should be commended for achieving that standard. On behalf of PSG ISD, I'd like to congratulate all of our A-rated schools and thank them for their contributions to our district's overall success. We're also very proud to celebrate the 16 campuses that earned a B rating from the Texas Education Agency, including 1 high school, 4 middle schools, and 11 elementary schools. A B rating in the A2F accountability rating system is also a very high bar to reach. and an accomplishment worthy of recognition. And what is especially impressive is the numerical performance of these campuses. As you review the scores shown on this slide, you'll notice that the majority are only a few points away from earning an A rating, with 10 of these 16 schools coming within just 1 or 2 points of the state's highest designation. We had several 89s and 88s in that number. And as we noted before, we have no C, D, or F-rated campuses. Again, these results highlight the strong academic performance that's taking place across our district and the dedication of students, teachers, support staff, campus leaders, and families who continue to drive improvement and success. Together with our A-rated campuses, these schools contributed to a historic year for PSJ ISD and helped demonstrate that strong performance is occurring across the district. We congratulate all of our B-rated campuses on their accomplishments, and we look forward to building on this success in the years ahead. I'm going to advance to the next slide, even though we're having a little trouble putting it up for you. But at this time, I'd like to invite our executive officers to the podium to provide an overview of distinction designations, celebrate our campus ratings, and recognize our principals for the exceptional work taking place across our schools. Starting with the elementary level, we have our executive officers for elementary, Dr. Arredondo, Dr. Bazan, and Dr. Bracamontes.
Thank you, Dr. Marquez. Good evening, President Rodriguez, Dr. Elias, and trustees. Before we recognize our amazing campuses, we would like to provide a brief overview of distinction designations and how they're earned. Distinction designations are special recognitions awarded by the Texas Education Agency to campuses that rank among the highest achieving schools in Texas when compared to similar campuses. For elementary schools, distinctions may be earned in reading and language arts, mathematics, science, comparative academic growth, comparative closing the gaps, and post-secondary readiness. Unlike accountability ratings, distinction designations are based on how a campus performs relative to a group of 40 similar schools. Those comparison groups are determined using factors such as grade span, enrollment, student demographics, mobility, special education enrollment, and emergent bilingual populations. To earn a distinction, an elementary campus must rank in the top 25% of its comparison group on at least 50% of the indicators evaluated. As we review our elementary campus results, distinctions provide another way to recognize exceptional performance and highlight schools that are achieving at some of the highest levels among comparable campuses across Texas. Dr. Bracamontes and Dr. Arredondo will now introduce each of our campuses.
Thank you, Dr. Bassani. At this point, we can have our elementary principals come forward. Thank you, Dr. Bassan. Good evening, Board of Trustees. At this time, it is my privilege to recognize our elementary campuses for their outstanding performance in the 2026 accountability ratings and distinctions. It is an honor to present to you the A and B Honor Roll Elementary team that collectively earned a grand total of 115 distinctions. Tonight, we are celebrating the historic achievement of our amazing teachers, students, parents, administrators, district coordinators, and specialists. We have a total of 18 A's and 11 B's. In recognition of their hard work, a beautiful plaque will be presented to each campus at a later time. Principals, as I call your campus, we ask that you please step forward to be recognized. We're gonna start with Anaya Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 92 and 6 distinctions. Congratulations, Anaya. Next, we're gonna move on to Arnold Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 90 and 6 distinctions. Next, we have Cantu Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 88 and 6 distinctions. Pardon me, it was 5. Next, we have Carmen Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 87 and 6 distinctions. Next, we have Chavez Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 97 and 6 distinctions. Next, we have Clover Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 89 and earning 5 distinctions. Next, we have Dodines Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 89 and earning 3 distinctions. Next, we have Dr. Long Elementary, earning a B rating with an 84. Up next, we have Escobar Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 92 and earning all 6 distinctions. Next, we have Farias Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 91 and earning 4 distinctions. Next, we have Ford Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 88 and earning 3 distinctions. Next, we have Garcia Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 93 and earning 6 distinctions. Next, we have Garza Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 91 and earning 5 distinctions. Next, we have Garza Peña Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 91 and earning 6 distinctions. Next, we have Guerra Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 91 and earning all 6 distinctions. Congratulations to each of these campuses and their leadership teams. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bracamontes to continue recognizing our outstanding elementary campuses.
Thank you, Dr. Arredondo. We will continue with our elementary campus recognitions. Next, we have Kelly Farr Elementary, earning a B rating with a score of 87 and 5 distinctions. Congratulations, Kelly Farr. We have Livas Elementary, earning an A rating with a score of 90 and 6 distinctions. Congratulations, Livas Elementary. We have Longoria Elementary earning an A rating with a score of 91 and 6 distinctions. Congratulations, Longoria Elementary. Next, we have McKeever Elementary earning a B rating with a score of 86 and 4 distinctions. Congratulations, McKeever Elementary. We have Palacios Elementary earning an A rating with a score of 91 and 5 distinctions. Congratulations, Palacios Elementary. Next, we have Palmer Elementary earning a B rating with a score of 89 and 5 distinctions. Congratulations, Palmer Elementary. We have Ramirez Elementary earning a B rating with a score of 81. Congratulations, Ramirez Elementary. Next, we have Reed Mock Elementary earning an A rating with a score of 90 and 5 distinctions. Congratulations, Reed Mock Elementary. We have Sorensen Elementary earning an A rating with a score of 90 and 6 distinctions. Congratulations, Sorensen Elementary. Next, we have Treviño Elementary earning a B rating with a score of an 80. Congratulations, Treviño Elementary. We have Building Blocks Academy. We would also, again, would like to recognize our Building Blocks Academy. While these campuses are not eligible for distinctions, we are extremely proud to recognize your outstanding accountability ratings. So Buckner Building Blocks Academy earning an A rating with a score of 92. Congratulations, Buckner Building Blocks Academy. Alamo Building Blocks Academy earning an A rating with a score of 93. Congratulations, Alamo Building Blocks Academy. In addition, we also have PSJA Early Start School earning an A rating with a score of 92. Congratulations, PSJA Early Start. We also have Sotomayor Building Blocks Academy earning an A rating with a score of 93. Congratulations, Sotomayor Building Blocks Academy. If we could please have, so this concludes all of our recognitions for our campuses, but we would like to ask any staff members that are here that are representing your school to please stand up at this time. Assistant principals, teachers, librarians, counselors. We would like to thank them for all of their hard work, everything that they do to make sure that this is accomplished.
Good job, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job, miss. Congratulations. Good job, sir. Good job.
Principals, please stay up here. We're going to take a picture.
Sir, good job, good job. Yeah, ahí vamos, ahí vamos.
Congratulations.
Thank you, miss. Awesome. Sir. Oh, my gosh.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Hey, sir. Why am I not surprised? I'm not surprised.
Congratulations.
Oh, and then
Congratulations.
awesome. Miss, congratulations. Thank you, miss. You've done amazing. Congratulations. Thank you so much. las altas, háganse para allá, porque lo bueno no tapan. Ah, bueno, come in.
You can hold it up because the podium is blocking it. You can hold it up.
You're actually getting closer.
Yeah, Joey.
Okay, congratulations to the elementary team who really sets a strong foundation for our middle school students to be successful as well. And so congratulations to all of them and thank you. Good evening, President Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Elias, and board members. As with our elementary campuses, our middle schools are also eligible to earn distinction designations based on their performance relative to similar schools across Texas. One distinction you will notice that is unique to the middle schools and high school levels is academic achievement in social studies, which is added to the distinction opportunities available beyond reading and language arts, mathematics, science, comparative academic growth, comparative closing the gaps, and post-secondary readiness. Like elementary schools, middle schools earn distinction designations by ranking in the top 25% of their comparison group on at least 50% of the applicable indicators evaluated by the TEA. So at this time, if you go to me, okay. Yes. Okay. At this time, I would like to highlight the outstanding 2026 middle school accountability ratings and recognize the campuses and leaders whose dedication and commitment made these achievements possible. I am proud to share that our middle schools improved their accountability outcomes from 2025, resulting in twice as many A-rated campuses as last year, and the remaining campuses earned strong B+ ratings. And even more impressively, every middle school earned the majority, if not all, of the available distinctions. These results reflect a steadfast commitment to excellence and our collective belief that every student can achieve at high levels. Today, we recognize not only our campus principals, but also our teachers, instructional coaches, district, my team who's here, and campus leadership teams, support staff, students, and families. Their unwavering dedication and collaborative efforts continue to drive student success and strengthen campus accountability across our district. At this time, I do want to invite all of our campus principals to come join me here. And when your campus... And when your campus campus is recognized, please just stand forward. And I'd also like to, at the same time that the campuses are being recognized, and they will be announced in alphabetical order, I'd like for the teams that are here to also stand while your campus is being recognized. So, in alphabetical order, as they appear on the screen, I am honored to recognize the following campuses and their leaders. Austin Middle School, Principal Dr. Gisela Salinas Ramirez, with a campus accountability score of 89, earning 6 distinctions. Escalante Middle School, Principal Raimundo Monreal, with a campus accountability score of 89, earning 5 distinctions. Kennedy Middle School, the Principal Robert Elizondo, earning an A campus rating and all 7 distinctions. LBJ Middle School, the Principal Marisa Santoy, earning an A campus rating and 6 distinctions. Liberty Middle School, Principal Dr. Michelle Fox, earning an A campus rating and 6 distinctions. Murphy Middle School, Principal Dr. Lidia Trevino, earning an A campus rating and 5 distinctions. Vela Middle School, Principal Peter Trevino, with a campus accountability score of 89, but earning all 7 distinctions. And Izaguirre Middle School, Principal Claudia Cortazar Colunga, with a campus accountability score of 88, but also earning all 7 distinctions. Again, please join me in congratulating these outstanding campus leaders and their entire school communities for their exceptional work and commitment to student achievement.
Good job, sir. Awesome. Sir, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, miss. Sir, congratulations. You all are on your way. And congratulations, sir. Congratulations, miss. Awesome. Good work, good work, good work. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Awesome. Congratulations, miss. Awesome. Congratulations.
It's fine, just laying yourself up. You're good. There's no order. You may need a couple of rows or something. Right in the middle of your day.
I would like to invite our high school principals, their teams, administrators, 6 of our high schools that are rated in the A through F accountability. And I also would like to bring our PTI principal, Robin Hernandez, our DAEP principal, Mr. Luis Villarreal, and our PSJ CCTA principal, Ms. Belinda Garcia. This is a big room. First and foremost, thank you, President Rick Rodriguez, Dr. Elias, and Board of Trustees for allowing us to today present the A through F rating for our high schools. Very, very proud of our elementaries and our middle schools. Their tremendous work as we can't wait for those students to come to the high school. Amazing work that is happening at our district, so thank you for that. Just like Dr. Arredondo and Bracamontes, Dr. Bazan, and Dr. Fajardo mentioned on our distinction designations. Can you go back one slide, please, Doctor? They're also available for high schools. Just similarly to the elementary and the middle schools, in many ways. High schools may earn distinctions in reading language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, comparative academic growth, post-secondary readiness, and comparative closing the gaps. As with elementary and middle schools, high schools are compared also to a group of 40 similar campuses across Texas. To earn a distinction designation, high schools must rank in the top 25% or the top 10 schools in their comparison group on at least 1/3 of the applicable indicators evaluated by the Texas Education Agency. As we transition into our high school results, I would ask that you make a note of 2 important details on this slide. First, as with the elementary and middle schools, high school distinction designations are awarded based on comparisons with a group of 40 similar campuses, like I mentioned, across Texas. Second, one of the factors used to create those comparison groups is the percentage of students enrolled in an early college high school program. Those 2 details will become important as we review our high school results and take a closer look at the campuses to which our schools are being compared to. Next slide, Dr. Davalos. On the previous slide, we noted that one of the factors used to establish high school comparison group is the percentage of students enrolled in an early college high school program. PSJA operates a campus-wide early college model at all our high schools where all students have access to and participate in early college opportunities. In contrast, many districts across Texas only offer early college through a school within a school model that serves a limited cohort of students. Among districts that operate school-wide early college programs similar to PSJA, most are some smaller specialty or magnet-type campuses, and they typically aren't comprehensive high schools. This slide provides an example of one of those comparison groups. As you review this list of campuses, you will notice that while these schools all share high levels of early college, and you see 2 of our campuses there, PSJ Memorial and PSJ North. They have 100% of our schools participating in early college. Most differ substantially from our comprehensive high schools in both enrollment and the demographics of the students they serve. For example, the average campus in the comparison group enrolls approximately 505 students, while PSJ Memorial Early College High School serves nearly 2,000 students, and PSJ North Early College High School serves more than 2,200 students. Our campuses also serve substantially high percentages of economically disadvantaged students, emerging bilingual students, highly mobile students, and students receiving special education services. In many respects, the only characteristic these campuses share with PSJA is a high percentage of students enrolled in the early college high school program. Our early college model reflects PSJA commitment to providing opportunities for all. By expanding access to early college experiences for every student rather than a select group of students, a decision that ultimately influences the comparison groups used by the state when awarding distinction designations. While our comprehensive high schools consistently produce exceptional post-secondary outcomes, including leading the region in dual credit attainment and the number of students earning associate's degrees and industry credentials. Those accomplishments are not always reflected in the number of distinctions designations earned when compared to these unique comparison groups. We share this context only to help explain the comparison groups used by the state when awarding distinction designations, and to provide additional perspectives as we review our high school accountability results. As we discussed in the previous slide, distinction designations are awarded based on performance relative to a campus comparison group. As a result, you will notice that while our comprehensive high schools earn strong accountability ratings, they receive fewer designations than some of our smaller specialty campuses like PSJA Collegiate, who earned other distinctions that they're eligible for, and PSJA T-STEM, a small campus also that earned other distinctions. It is a point of pride that PSJA comprehensive high schools continue to produce exceptional post-secondary outcomes for students. This year, the district set a new record with more than 800 early college graduates, including hundreds of students earning associate's degrees, industry certificates before graduating from high school. We continue to lead the region in expanding access to dual credit and college attainment opportunities, particularly through our commitment to providing early college experience to all our students rather than the select cohort. Taken together, these results reflect the strong academic performance of our high schools and the success of our model that is creating opportunities and producing results for students at a scale. We congratulate our students, teachers, staffs, principals, and families for their outstanding accomplishment. At this time, I would like to recognize our high school principals and their teams for their outstanding work and contributions to these results. This year, our rated high school campuses, there were 6, we received 5 A ratings. And 1 B+, an accomplishment that speaks to the hard work and dedication across our campuses. It is my honor to present to you today the ratings. I will start by recognizing also our programs that help support and impact our high schools, as many of our students also attend some of our programs. I will begin by recognizing our high school principal, PSJA Bowie, DAP, Mr. Villarreal, and his assistant principal, Dr. Cynthia Gonzalez. PSJA CCTA principal, Belinda Garcia. and PSJA PTI Principal Robin Hernandez. Principals, when I call your campus, please step forward alongside your teams. I will begin with PSJA Collegiate School of Health Profession. Mrs. Collegiate earned an A rating. Mrs. Science, Marisa Science School, PSJA Collegiate. Earned an A rating with the highest rating in the district of a 99. And earned all her eligible distinctions. Super proud. PSJA Early College High School also earned an A rating of a 92. And being a comprehensive high school, I do want to commend PSJA High School. They also earned one distinction for us. Woohoo! PSA Memorial Early College High School made history. They have received their first A rating with a 90. PSA North, this is a back-to-back rating of an A or a 90. I do want to go back and say that PSJA Collegiate, this is their fourth A also, their fourth year of rating. And PSJA Early College High School, this is their fourth A and their highest rating of a 92. Good job. PSJA Southwest, a B rating with an 86. And PSJA T-STEM Early College High School, this is like their 7th, 8th A, 9, 10, with our second highest rating in the district with a 98. And they've earned all their distinctions for the first time ever. They have broken records. I want to thank all our principals, their teams, their teachers, their students for their commitment to the success of every single student. Thank you so much.
Good job, sir. Congratulations, sir. Good job, man. Awesome. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Awesome. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Good job, Miss. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Sir, congratulations. Good job, sir. Thank you so much.
The others left early.
That way you can let them know to wait, just so you can say a few words for work.
Did everybody else talk too?
It's up to you.
What? There's more. We're not done. There's a little bit
Oh,
more.
you're not done yet? Okay.
Yeah. But you can make a comment already.
We're gonna try to get him back.
Well, yeah, that way if they want to make a comment, the board already.
Yes. And ask our executive officers to try to get our principals back so that we can have them recognized by the board. Let me know when you're ready.
Good.
Ready? Okay. Thank you to our executive officers and all of our principals for taking the time to be here. We'd like to ask you to please stay a little bit longer because I'm sure the board would like to address you in a little bit. But moving on, we're going to move on to this next slide. And I'm sure you were wondering earlier how PSG ISD did compare to our peers in Region 1, but that cat's out of the bag too because I heard that in public comment. But that's great. That shows that our public is very well informed and probably couldn't wait to see how we did. I would like to share very proudly that, small correction, when accounting for ties, we are ranked 4th place among all Region 1 school districts in the 2026 accountability rating systems. Again, when accounting for tied overall scores. I'd like to take a moment to recognize that. Even more notably, PSG ISD is ranked 1st together with United ISD among large school districts in Region 1 based on enrollment size. So when you look just at the largest districts, we're tied with United for 1st place in the entire region. So that's to be commended. Again, this is an accomplishment we are extremely proud of. While several districts earned A ratings, PSJ achieved this level of performance while serving more than 29,000 students and remaining committed to providing opportunities for all. I think that was a very important distinction that Dr. Nora Rivas Garza made in how those distinction designations are calculated for the high schools. These rankings reinforce the story that we have shared throughout this presentation. Our A rating was supported by improvement across every accountability domain, strong performance across all grade levels, outstanding campus results, and a continued focus on preparing students for success beyond graduation. Being ranked 4th overall and 1st among large districts is a reflection of the hard work and dedication of our students, teachers, staff, principals, the entire PSJ family, as has been stated so many times tonight. It speaks to the strength of our systems, the quality of the educational opportunities being offered here in PSJ across our district, and the collective commitment of the entire family, from you all as a board all the way down to our campus leadership, our teachers, and our students. So you're probably wondering how we did compare to other districts in the state. That's another cat that's been let out of the bag because somebody mentioned it earlier. Very, very proud, absolutely delighted to share that PSJA ISD is tied for 2nd place among all large school districts in Texas, earning one of only 4 A ratings among large school districts in the 2026 accountability system. Among the 55 school districts statewide with enrollments exceeding 25,000 students, only 2 districts achieved a higher overall score. And what makes this accomplishment especially noteworthy is the context in which it was earned. If you look up at that table, hopefully you can see, while several of the highest performing large districts in Texas serve smaller percentages of economically disadvantaged students and emergent bilingual students, PSJA earned an A rating while serving a student population that is more than 94% economically disadvantaged and more than 40% emergent bilingual. This achievement demonstrates that high levels of student success are possible regardless of demographics when students are provided with strong instruction, meaningful opportunities, and the support they need to thrive. We're especially proud that PSJ achieved this level of performance while remaining committed to our mission of providing opportunities for all. Rather than limiting access to advanced academics, dual credit, early college experiences, and post-secondary pathways to select groups of students, we have worked to expand these opportunities across our district. And I think if you look back over the history of this administration with Dr. Elias's leadership, that has been the theme for PSJ, and our ongoing mission is providing opportunities to all of our PSJ family. And that's the reason for all of our programs and all of our offerings. Being tied for second among Texas' largest school districts is an extraordinary accomplishment and reflects the hard work of our entire PSJ family. Okay, so as mentioned at the start of this presentation, we call this a historic A rating for our district. It is our second A rating under the ATF accountability system, and I want to explain why we use the word historic and why it's extra meaningful. Our last A was earned in 2022, before the state redesigned the STAR test and reset the accountability system. This 2026 A was earned under the framework that followed that reset and the STAR redesign. In addition to the redesigned STAR assessment and accountability framework, the district rating methodology also changed. Under the previous system, an A rating earned by a small campus carried the same weight in the district calculation as an A earned by one of our largest campuses. Today, district ratings use proportional campus weighting, meaning larger campuses have a greater impact on the district's overall rating based on the number of students they serve, and smaller campuses have a lesser impact. This change has created a more demanding pathway to earning an A because success must be demonstrated consistently across the campuses serving the greatest number of students. Our current A rating reflects improvement across every accountability domain and the collective work of campuses throughout PSJ in the context of a more rigorous accountability system and STAR end-of-course assessments. It's not simply a return to the same letter grade. Since 2022, the district has adopted high-quality instructional materials, strengthened instructional systems and supports, and implemented continuous improvement structures designed to improve consistency and outcomes across all campuses. We believe these efforts have not only contributed to this achievement, but have also positioned the district for sustained success in the years ahead. It is a hard-earned accomplishment under a more demanding system, which makes it especially meaningful for our students, staff, and community. And we promised you a year ago that we would strive to earn that A and that it would not be a one-time A. We promised you that this would be sustained success, and we intend to maintain that. On the next slide, I wanted to make one additional point of context to help illustrate, again, why this A rating is especially meaningful. When PSJ earned its previous A rating in 2022, nearly half of the school districts in Region 1 also earned an A rating as shown in this slide. It's also important to remember that the 22 accountability cycle followed the unprecedented disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic and included academic growth measures based on 2021 STAR performance, a year in which statewide accountability ratings were suspended and testing participation patterns differed substantially from a typical school year, with many less students testing across the region. Many school districts in the state and the region earned their A rating in large part to academic growth coming from a smaller sample size. Following that statewide accountability reset and the implementation of the redesigned STAR assessment, you can see on this table that the percentage of A-rated districts dropped significantly in subsequent years. In each of the 3 accountability cycles that followed, fewer than 1 in 5 Region 1 districts earned an A rating. And you can see in the top table, it gives you the actual numbers of districts that earned an A, B, and C rating. In 21-22, there were 20. The year after the reset and the STAR redesign, it dropped down to 3, and then 4, and then I think it's 8 or 9. I can't read that far. I'm getting older. But you can see the decline, and it's gotten tougher to earn that A, and just we're really proud of having earned this one in particular. Again, it's a credit to our entire PSJ family and to you as a board for leading with that vision and mission. And as we wrap up, I know that we want to move on, but I just want to, in these last few slides, follow up on a question posed by one of our trustees at a prior board meeting, I think might have been Trustee Robles, about our historical performance on STAR. And so we wanted to share that information with you. We promised that we would bring it to all of you. This slide shows, the next one, sir. It shows how PSJ's performance has changed over time when compared with Region 1 and the state across the STAR and end of course results that are reported in TAPER. So this bar graph here, for this analysis, we reviewed the 20 STAR and end of course tests that are administered every year across the approaches, meets, and masters performance levels. So it's 20 STAR tests at 3 performance levels, resulting in 60 indicators that were measured on every year in TAPER. We then calculated the percentage of indicators in which the district, region, or state led in those areas or tied for the lead on each test. So starting in 2021, the state pretty much led across all 60 indicators. The state was king, the region and the district did not lead in any of those indicators. Since then, PSJ's share has increased every year from 11% in 2022 to 16% in 23, 19% in 2024, and 24% in 2025, where we finally surpassed the region that year. And this year in 2026, PSJ made its largest gain, leading or tying for the lead on 53% of the indicators, now surpassing both the region and the state in the share of the lead. So I hope that slide tells you a story of PSJ's progress in overtaking the region and state in leading in more areas than ever before. And I won't spend a lot of time on the next slides. I included them in your presentation just for your reference because it's a lot of data. But just looking at this, this is the actual data source that we used, which is drawn from the TAPER report that's released at the end of every year. It's released in December, and we usually present it to you around February or March. This is a historical view starting with 2021 on the far right and ending with the current school year on the far left. And those greens tell the story. Those greens are who's leading the state, the region, or the district in performance. And you can see that in elementary, from 21 to this year, we went from 0% to 100% in grades 3 to 5. 100%. So super work by our elementary team and by our entire district. The next slide, again, it's a lot of data to look at. You can see a similar trend where in the middle school, we had 0% at the very beginning, and this year we culminated in 29%. And we're not done. We have a lot of work left to do, and we're definitely always searching for on-grade level performance at a higher rate. But again, we're very proud of our team and the progress that they had made in the middle school level. And then this last slide showing similar data is for high schools, and this is for end of course, which are English 1 and 2, Algebra 1, Biology, and U.S. History. We remain pretty stable with about 27% of the share, but we are holding our own against the region and the state. Some of the areas where we lead in is like by a lot. It's not a little bit. Look at Algebra 1. You know, we've been leading there for a good while. But we're very proud of the progress that's happening at the high schools as well. And as I said earlier, our team is not satisfied. I love that we came back from our summer break, and once we got our official notice, it was about how can we get even better. So that's from our central office administration all the way down to our principals, our teachers, where we may have had some teachers that were reluctant in the past. Now they're chomping at the bit. They can't wait to get started. There's a lot of excitement. So again, final slide, Dr. Davalos. We want to celebrate this historic achievement for our district. Earning an A rating under today's accountability system is a significant accomplishment and one that reflects the collective efforts of our entire PSJ family. We're grateful to our Board of Trustees for their support, to Dr. Elias and our district and campus leaders for their vision and leadership, to our teachers and staff for their dedication, to our parents, our community for their partnership, of course, all of our support staff, as was mentioned before. It takes a total team effort, and most importantly, to our students, whose success remains at the center of everything that we do. This accomplishment belongs to all of you, to all of us. I want to thank you for your continued commitment to providing opportunities for all and for helping make PSJ ISD an A-rated district. Congratulations, PSJ family. And President Rodriguez and members of the board, thank you for your time and attention this evening. We'd be happy to answer any questions or welcome any comments or discussion from the board at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, I
Go
want
ahead,
to
Ms.
start.
Castillo.
My heart is full. I'm grateful and ditto. But I do want to thank in a very special way a group of people that are not here. They are your families. I want to thank them because I know that there are many nights when you get home and they're already in bed. I know that sometimes they leave little love notes, see you tomorrow, Mom, I love you, Dad, I love you, because you're busy working on ensuring that other children are successful. Thank you. If you're listening, your significant others, your husband, when you're at dinner and you get up to take a phone call. I want to thank them for giving you all to your community, to the district, to us, because it's amazing for their patience when they encourage you, when they tell you they love you and that everything is okay. So I want to thank that group of people that is not here, but that they're probably watching. I want to thank them because, again, it's everybody. And as I was listening to all these beautiful recognitions, I kept thinking of those children, of your children, whether they're children or whether they're young adults, your significant others, your husbands, your wives, they too need to be recognized. Thank you again, but I just wanted to really make a point and recognize them, because it is because of them that you're sitting here tonight and that we're all celebrating success. They have a lot to do with all this. So again, thank you to all of you watching at home, because this success belongs to you too. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you have your hand up. Ms. Gutierrez,
Yes.
go ahead, Ms.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not there. I wish I could be. But I want to congratulate all of our teachers, especially our teachers, but all of the support staff, our administrators, top to bottom. I think this is a beautiful accomplishment. I think that, like you said, Dr. Marquez, it takes a village and it takes teamwork to get here. We're gonna hold you to your word that we're gonna continue to get this type of ratings. But thank you to everyone who contributed, to all the principals, especially because they're at the helm of every school. And congratulations to all of PSJA parents who day in, families of our staff who sacrifice a lot, our staff and all of the people that contributed to this accolade. Congratulations, and we're very proud of this accomplishment.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Anybody else? Anybody else? Go ahead, Mr. Fuentes.
Yeah, so I really can't say anything that hadn't been said, but a big congratulations to all of you. I would ask that you go back to your campuses, celebrate with your entire staff, with your students, get them started, excited, and you will ride this wave for a little while, and then we'll get to work. But please go back and celebrate this great accomplishment with your entire staff and your students and the families that visit your schools from time to time. Thank you all very much.
Ms. Quintanilla?
Yes, to repeat what has already been said, congratulations. This is amazing. This is something that I know every single person has worked very hard towards achieving. So I want to congratulate you. I want to recognize the hard work that you have been doing at your campuses. I also want to congratulate and kind of like what Trustee Robles said, yes, please go to campus and thank your staff. Everybody must be included. Even the crossing guards, you got to include them. They should be part of that celebration. But I do have some questions, Mr. Marquez. I was impressed with the A rating from the building blocks, but I don't know what kind of exam test do they take? Hold my time.
Yes, the early childhood programs have a different accountability subset of data. They are paired campuses, so we pair them with two of our campuses in the district, Garcia Elementary and Escobar Elementary. So the ratings that they receive, the early childhood centers receive. And the reason for that is because we want to set the highest bar for our early childhood programs so that the kinder readiness is at the highest bar. The progress monitoring demonstrates the biggest growth, gains in literacy and mathematical skills. So they have a separate accountability than our regular elementary campuses.
Okay. My next question is, since we don't have, and I think I had, last time I had a lot of questions about our D-rated or C-rated campuses. What happens to that funding or those grants?
They're usually multi-year grants, so it's not only to get them to improve, but to have continued improvement. So, for example, Clover Elementary, Trevino Elementary, Liberty for the identification that they had last year will continue to receive support. And we also layer additional other grants that we work with or support systems where each year we identify targeted schools that we will provide extra support to. And some of those same schools, even though they had really good gains and they're in a much better place, you can see, for example, the distinction designations, we want to get even better. We want more distinctions.
So when you consider those campuses that need assistance and you look at the 3 domains in STAR, I know that we had 17 campuses that had C in academic achievement. Is that something you're looking at? Because then we have 7 that have C's in under school progress, academic growth, and 2 that have C's in closing the gaps. 2 of those have C's across the board. So I'm assuming it is one of those targeted campuses.
Absolutely.
What else will what other data will you be using to make sure? Because it was hard enough to get to that 90, but what are we going to do to continue helping these campuses? Because sometimes it's hard to stay there.
It sure is, and the good thing is that success breeds success. So those campuses, having seen the fruits of their labor, are really motivated right now to do even better. So we look at all the available data, as you probably recall from our work at Southwest Early College High School. When we do our continuous improvement plan, which we call our targeted improvement plan here in our district, we look at attendance, discipline, we look at parental engagement. In addition to our test scores, we look at our counselor support, how our librarians are contributing. So those campuses, in addition to their accountability rating and the data within those domains, they're identified and targeted based on their individual needs. So one campus will have similar needs to another, but they may have some unique needs, and that's where we will send, for example, a little bit more support for emerging bilingual students, or perhaps from our special education department, or even for literacy, we might send our library services department to provide more support. So we look at all available data, and we are looking at those C-performing schools.
For your campus improvement plan, do we still have a site-based decision-making committee at each campus?
Yes, at every campus. And at the
Is it
district
called
level.
site-based decision-making? Because I've asked and nobody can tell me that there is one. Does it go by a different name?
No, it's because that terminology has been kind of interchangeable over the years. It's SBDM, it's Campus Improvement Council, and at the district level, it's the DEIC. But essentially, they all have a campus committee. It's just sometimes they call it different things.
Thank you. And I want to thank you and thank Dr. Nora Rivas Garza for including PTI and for including our Bowie campus and staff in this recognition. I really do appreciate that, that they are also, because again, we have to include everybody in this success. So thank you. Thank you for also presenting them as well.
Ms. Barron?
Well, I'll go ahead and start with the congratulatory to everyone, you know. I'm sure that you're from different campuses, and last week we met with the EOs. We had a workshop with them. And there was no doubt, because we did visit at a couple of campuses, and the commitment that they have to help each other was like outstanding. I congratulated them because not because you're high school, you don't look at the middle school and how it's affecting or not affecting. So I really congratulated them at our workshop because they do complement each other. And I think that in itself shows on the A rating because we pretty much work together, and unity is a big plus here. I see it, and I congratulate everybody, and like our trustees have said, you know, this is a congratulations to everyone, including the one that cleans the offices and the desks and bring to and from homes, our bus drivers, everybody's included in this A, you know. So once again, congratulations, and God bless you, each one of you, in this school year, and may God bless PSJ.
All I can say right now is, wow. I am extremely proud of all of you. Extremely. I'm still haven't come down from the high. And I know all your hard work. I know it's not easy. Long hours, staying after school, meeting with your staff, making sure that you have everything taken care of, make sure you have all the strategies in place. So I know all the hard work that you do. So I'm just extremely grateful for your hard work, your achievement. And again, like Ms. Castillo said, thank your relatives, your families, because they're the ones that are waiting for you to get home. And I'm just, you know, I'm just without words, but you're all going to be in the spotlight. We were already, now we're going to be even more. Okay, so they're going to be looking at you all for ideas, strategies. You know, what are they doing why are they doing so well? What is it that they're doing? So you're going to get in the spotlight again, and that's a great thing. That's a great thing. So I'm extremely proud of all of you, and just keep up the good work. I'm trying not to get sentimental here because I'm real proud of all of you. But just good job, and thanks for everything you do. Thank you.
Mr. President Rodriguez. Sir, I believe
Villegas.
Mr. Villegas has his hand up, sir.
Yes, just a few comments. I'm going to keep it short because everything I wanted to say has already been said, and I agree with it, by the way. It does take a family, and we are extremely proud of all of the work. It's a reflection of your dedication and your commitment. You know, we go home thinking that it's an easy job to be in the educational field, and it's far from the truth. It's not an easy job. It comes with a lot of stress, and with that comes a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication. It's been said, sometimes sleepless nights. And not only that, but you think that the workday is 8 hours, but it goes till 12 o'clock at night, and you're at school an hour before your classes start. And to top it off, you know, you wake up 1 week thinking, well, summer's coming along, and here I am, I'm going to enjoy it. And then the next day you wake up and you're back at it. The summers are getting shorter.
Miss, you froze. Mr. Villegas, you froze. I don't know if you can hear me. It's over there, right? Not here? All right. You want another 30 seconds? Or? Okay. I think we lost him. When?
I'll make a comment,
Yeah, great.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
My comment is, again, I know that everyone has already mentioned, but I am just humbled and I am truly honored to lead PSJ during this time. It's the work that every single one of you has done. This work is taken years in the making. It just didn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen by chance. It happens by design. And it takes all 4,600 employees in this district to make this happen. Again, I am thankful, first of all, to our students because they're the ones that make us shine. Without our students, we would not be sitting here because they're the ones that are striving for that success. To our teachers who are in the classrooms, they're the ones that are in the classroom teaching that instruction that every student needs, that differentiated instruction, I should say, because they have to meet the different levels that students learn at. And to me, that's the hardest job here in the district. It's making sure that every single student has an opportunity. And that's why PSJ continues to say opportunities for all. And we're closing that gap very quickly here at PSJ. But again, it's because of the leadership that you all have at your campus. It's your leadership. I remember as a principal, I always knew all my teachers and I knew which ones needed that little extra push so that they could get those students to cross over. And you know your staff better than anybody. You know your employees and which employee motivates which student. You all know, and it's shown here, that if we give autonomy to our leaders, you all know what to do. All you need is just a little guidance, a little support from central office. I know we have excellent curriculum writers with our coordinators, our specialists, our strategists, and then our departments, all our departments that contribute to that extra support that we need. It's everyone together, from our cafeteria, our child nutrition, our transportation, our maintenance department, making sure that when I see those team chats where my AC is down or I need adjustment in this room, they answer quickly. We have a good system here at PSJA, and it takes everyone to make sure that every single student succeeds. And that's what we've seen here. And PSJA is on the up and up. PSJA will continue this trend as long as you all as leaders, and I say you all as leaders because y'all are the ones that are setting those trends at your campuses. Y'all are the ones that are making this happen, and y'all are the ones that are making PSJA shine, just like the students, like our parents, our community. And if we all unite as a family, and I continue to say PSJ family, that's how we're going to continue to see this success happen over and over as long as we stay together. That's where the strength is at. So again, congratulations to every single one of you. Congratulations to our parents, to our students, to our community, to everyone that contributes for the success of our students. Congratulations. Yes, Mr. President, we move on to item B, and it's the 2026 Preliminary Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System, the TELPAS results. And this will be presented by the Director for Dual Language and, of course, our department, and, of course, Ms. Martinez, who will be presenting on this, the results for TELPAS.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Board President, Dr. Elias, members of the board. This evening, I'm going to be presenting our preliminary 2026 TELPAS and TELPAS Alt alternate results. And before I do continue, I also want to congratulate all of our principals, the staff, the teachers, for all of their work of heart, because we know that the emergent bilingual students and the special education students are their favorite group, right? Yes.
It's okay with you, Mr. President. Dr. Elias, may we release our...
Yes, because I know we have a very busy day, so again, you may be released, yes, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. We have a convocation tomorrow, kind of early, so I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the staff. Again, congratulations and very proud of all of you. We'll see you in the morning.
We have to be there for 7:30? See, because we have breakfast there. Correct.
And when is this start?
No, our 7:30 is for the foundation.
Oh, for this?
No, we'll be there at 7:30 for breakfast at the Burdock.
They're gonna have breakfast with
Yes,
us?
yes.
Wow.
In the same room where we do the graduation.
Thank you for your patience, man.
Yeah? So their favorite groups, right? So I'm going to begin with providing a brief overview of our TELPAS and how students' progress is measured, explain an important change to the 2026 accountability methodology, and then share our preliminary district and campus results. I'm going to conclude with some additional considerations and next steps we are taking to continue supporting our emergent bilingual students. So before we look at our results, I'd like to provide a brief overview of TELPAS. TELPAS stands for the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System. It is a state assessment that measures how well our emergent bilingual students are developing English proficiency through academic content. TELPAS is administered annually to all of our emergent bilingual students, including students whose parents have denied bilingual or ESL services. Our students in kindergarten and first grade are holistically rated, which means that our teachers use a rubric for each language domain to determine and assign a proficiency level, while students in grades 2 to 12 participate in an online assessment. Students with significant cognitive disabilities participate in TELPAS Alternate. For these students, our teachers use what are called observable behaviors to determine and assign proficiency levels for each language domain. So now that we have established the purpose of TELPAS, we're going to take a look at exactly what areas of language development are measured. TELPAS assesses the students across 4 language domains, so listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Each domain is equally weighted at 25%. So all 4 areas contribute to the student's overall composite score. Within each domain, students receive 1 of 4 proficiency ratings, so beginning, intermediate, advanced, and advanced high. The composite score brings those 4 areas together to provide an overall picture of the student's English language proficiency. This is especially important this year because the composite score now plays a much more significant role in determining progress for accountability. So what does progress actually look like when we consider that overall composite rating? In this next slide, it shows that the TELPAS composite, what the TELPAS composite rating descriptors are and how overall English proficiency is represented. So for accountability purposes, for example, we're looking specifically at whether students demonstrate growth in their overall English proficiency. And a student is considered to have made progress if they advance at least 1 TELPAS composite level or achieve advanced high in general TELPAS or basic fluency in TELPAS Alternate in the current year. This means we are not simply looking at whether a student improved in one individual language domain, we're looking at the student's overall development across the 4 domains. And that distinction is particularly important because TEA changed the methodology used for accountability in 2026. So this next slide is one of the most important slides in understanding our 2026 results. The methodology changed significantly from 2025 to 2026. Under the previous methodology, progress was determined based on growth in 2 of the 4 language domains. Beginning in 2026, progress is based on the student's composite score. The example on the slide helps us illustrate that difference. A student who received an overall composite rating of intermediate in 2025 now needs to progress to an advanced composite rating in 2026 in order to demonstrate the expected growth. So as we review this year's results, it's important to remember that we are looking at students' performance through a different accountability lens than we did last year. So along with this methodology change, we also have new TELPAS targets. In this slide, we're going to see what those TELPAS targets have changed to. And this new TELPAS targets were established under the accountability system. You can see the progression of the targets across the different performance levels. These targets provide the benchmarks against which our campus and district TELPAS performance is evaluated. Because both the methodology and the targets have changed, our focus has been not only on the final accountability outcome, but also on understanding what the data tells us about where our students are progressing successfully and where additional linguistic support is needed. So for example, if you click one more, I think. One more. Go ahead, click again. So for example, if we look at our elementary, now they were expected to obtain a percentage of at least 40%. Last year, it was 49%. But remember, last year it was 2 out of 4 that we were looking at. So even though these percentages have been lowered, we also know that the rigor is higher for our students to achieve composite to composite, okay? With that context in mind, we can now look at our preliminary 2026 results. So these are our preliminary 2026 results under the new accountability system. And I would like to emphasize preliminary. As we move through the next few slides, we're going to share our overall district performance and then break the results down by elementary, middle school, and high school. So this overall table here at the district level, our preliminary results show that 34 out of our 39 campuses met the TELPAS alternate accountability measure, representing 87% of our campuses. That 87% is significant, particularly as our campuses, teachers, and students have adjusted to the new methodology. At the elementary level, all 25 out of 25 campuses met the measure for 100%. At the middle school level, 4 of 8 campuses, or 50%, met the measure. At the high school level, 5 out of the 6 campuses, or 83%, met the measure. Our middle schools will be our area for targeted support. This is going to allow us to be very intentional about where to focus our professional development, our coaching, monitoring, and instructional support moving forward. So now let's take a closer look at the individual levels. At this next slide, you can see here that our preliminary results, what they are for our elementary campuses. As we saw in the previous slide, all 25 elementary schools met the TELPAS alternate accountability measure. And as we continue analyzing these results, we want to identify the instructional practices that actually contributed to the success so that effective strategies can be reinforced and shared across the district. Now we're going to take a look at our middle school results. This slide provides our preliminary middle school results. At the middle school level, 4 of our 8 campuses met the accountability measure. This is an area where we will be particularly paying attention to as we move forward. Our work will focus on identifying where students need additional support in their English language development and ensure that our teachers are consistently providing opportunities for students to develop academic language across listening, speaking, reading, and writing. These results give us a clear opportunity to provide differentiated and targeted support. Now we are going to take a look at our high school performance. At the high school level, 5 of our 6 campuses met the TELPAS alternate accountability measure, representing 83% of our high schools. As with our other grade levels, we're going to continue to analyze the data beyond the overall accountability results. We want to understand not only which campuses met the measure, but where our students are demonstrating strong language growth and where they may be particular domains, or student groups requiring that additional support. That deeper analysis is also going to help us determine the most appropriate instructional response. So finally, in closing, I'd like to close by discussing some important considerations behind these results. As we consider these results, there are several additional factors that are important to keep in mind. One important consideration is reclassification. In previous years, the criteria for reclassifying emergent bilingual students were much more stringent. With recent changes in TA guidelines, those criteria have been significantly less restrictive, which has resulted in an increase in the number of students eligible for reclassification. As more of our higher performing students meet the criteria and are reclassified, the students who remain identified as emergent bilingual students tend to be those who are at earlier levels of English proficiency and who require more intensive linguistic support. So essentially, the composition of our emergent bilingual population is changing, and that is something we need to keep in mind as we consider our TELPAS results. We're going to continue monitoring student success, not only their academic, but their linguistic progress, and ensure that they receive the instructional support that they need to be successful. Moving forward, we have 2 areas of action. First, we're going to continue to implement our dual language action plan for support, and that's going to help us focus on strong program implementation and targeted assistance at each campus. Second, as previously presented to the board, we have a TELPAS targeted improvement plan. TIPs just for TELPAS. We have that in place to strengthen English language development across the district. This year is going to mark our 3rd year of implementing this targeted improvement work, and we will continue building upon the strategies and systems that have been established. Our focus is going to remain on professional learning, classroom monitoring, coaching and modeling, and targeted instructional support, with particular attention given to the needs identified through our 2026 TELPAS results. As we move into this 3rd year, we will use these preliminary results to further refine our support and provide more targeted assistance to campuses and grade levels where the data indicates our greatest need. We know that our goal is not simply to meet an accountability target. Our goal is to ensure that our emergent bilingual students continue developing the academic English proficiency they need to be successful across all content areas. So thank you, Mr. Board President, Dr. Elias, and members of the board. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, just,
Castillo?
Mr. President.
I do. I was raising my hand. And,
You'll be next, Ms. Gutierrez.
Ms. Martinez.
Yes.
From your presentation, what we see here is that 4 out of the 8 middle schools didn't meet the expectation.
Correct.
So my question to you is, and you did say you were going to be visiting with them and creating a plan of action and ensuring that you're monitoring and following up. What is, how soon will you be working on identifying the students, and then how else can we support them in addition to what we already have? I know that right now we're using Summit.
Yes, Summit K-12.
For the most part. So I think it's important to identify what is it that we're doing to ensure that we're following up with the students. And then so I'm glad that you're saying you have already you're beginning to look at what happened or how else can we continue to support these kids. So can you just give us a follow-up once you have the plan? I'd like to see that.
Yes. One of the areas of focus that I can tell you, and really looking at the data, was our 6th graders who came in, that were scored a little bit lower. But then our 7th grade and our 8th grade did pretty good in all 4 domains. So we know that it's the 6th grade, and again, it's their first year in middle school, so on and so forth, right? We know what happens in middle school when you just get there. And so that is going to be an area of focus, right? Because now these kids are going to be 7th graders. And the other thing to consider is that in 6th grade, that is the first time that they see that grade band, right? It's a new test for them. And so that also determines, or tells us, that it is a little bit more rigorous for our students coming into middle school.
I see.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you, where did they score lower in? The listening, the speaking, the reading, or the writing?
They were pretty much across the board.
Across.
But one of the things that we also saw was that a lot of them stayed at the same composite level. So they might have increased in maybe 1 or 2 language domains, but that wasn't enough for their composite to change. So there is progress. It's just not at the composite level.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Ms. Martinez, good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez.
I have a question. I had some of the same questions. I wanted to know if we have identified specific indicators,
yes, ma'am.
For the middle schools, because there's a big gap between the 100% and the 50%.
Yes.
From elementary to middle school. So have you identified those specific indicators? And if so, I missed it maybe, but what percentage of the 4 middle schools that did not meet the 30%, what percentage of their students actually passed? Was that included there?
Yes, ma'am. So at the middle school, for example, we had 2 middle schools were at 27%, so they were very close to that 30%, which was Vela and Izaguirre. And then we had Austin Middle School with a 25% and Escalante with a 21%. So their target score was a 30.
Okay, yes, but have you identified why the drop from 100% in elementary to 50% in middle school? And is this a one-year thing, or this is a trend that we see every year?
Last year, we only had 1 middle school who didn't meet, but as I explained earlier, the methodology did change.
Right.
So last year was 2 out of 4. And this year it's composite to composite. So that is a little bit more rigorous for our students to obtain, especially because, as I mentioned earlier, there was progress. It was not at the composite level. So that's one of the things that we are looking at and really analyzing that 6th grade data, which are not going to be our 8th grade. And the other thing is our incoming 6th graders. We want to make sure that we're not repeating, the same mistakes, I guess you can say, so that we can get ahead of that and ensure that our teachers who are serving our 6th grade students really have those opportunities embedded in their lesson plans when it comes to listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
Have you had a chance to look at what Kennedy is doing within the middle schools to have a jump from, I don't remember, I wrote the score, but what was it? 27? Yes, Kennedy increased from 27% to 40%.
Yes.
Have you done any analysis as to what is it that they're doing differently than the others, so to perhaps use it for the other middle schools?
So that's going to be part of the analysis that we're going to begin. And so we need to make sure that all campuses are sharing their best practices so that, that the same target scores are met across all of our campuses.
Okay, those were my only questions. Thank you so much, and congratulations again for the A plus that we have. I know that you're a big part of that too, so congratulations, and thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Robles?
Yes, sir. Ms. Martinez, thank you for your presentation. You
You're welcome.
answered just about everything that I was going to ask. Does the targeted improvement plan have built-in progress checks? And have we gone as far as identifying when those progress checks will happen?
Yes, we do have built-in progress checks quarterly.
Okay.
So we do present on our progress and the things that we still have left to do at those TIP meetings.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Ms. Quintanilla.
So the 4 campuses that did not meet the 30%, I also are 4 campuses that have a B rating. So this question is to you, and I guess to Dr. Marquez, as far as, has there been any correlation? Like, have the students that are gonna, all the students that need assistance, are gonna need help, that you're gonna go back and identify through your analysis? Do you also cross-reference with their STAR scores and just to make sure that, is language what's keeping them from, also succeeding in STAR?
We do know that there's a correlation between success on STAR and success on TELPAS, right? They're very much correlated. So if these are the same 4 campuses that got a B rating, so there's a correlation there. And those are the campuses that we're going to ensure that we are focusing on. I know that Dr. Guajardo has already reached out, like from the get-go, saying, hey, we need support here. So we will continue that collaboration and ensure that these campuses get the support that they need.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, if I may add to that, our principals, as soon as they got the reports, the following day they met as a group and did their initial analysis of the data. And the 4 campuses that earned the B rating at the middle school know that if they had met TELPAS, they would have gotten the A. So they're super, super motivated. They're saying it's not going to happen again. We're going to meet TELPAS. So yes, it would have made a difference.
Thank you. I was you just answered my final question, which is what, if it did in fact factor into that. Thank you. Thank you for answering that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a good night.
On to the next item?
Yes, Mr. President, we move on to item C. And it's a presentation on transfer report. And this will be presented by Dr. Marquez.
Okay, good evening once again. At our last budget workshop, trustees Quintanilla, Gutierrez, I believe, brought to our attention TA transfer report and raised some really important questions regarding student transfer activity in PSJA. And we appreciate those questions because they provided an opportunity for us to take a closer look at the report, where it comes from, and what information it does and does not represent. In particular, there was questions about the report relating to a net loss of 5,278 students during the past year, I believe is what was stated. Tonight, we will review the report itself. We're going to explain how the data are compiled. We'll clarify what the report measures and what it does not measure. And we're going to place the findings within the broader context of the district and regional enrollment trends. We're then going to review the transfer patterns that affect PSJA and surrounding school districts, as well as the campus level information that's available through the report. And our goal this evening is to provide clarity, context, and a shared understanding of the data so that future discussions are informed by what this report represents. And as with our prior presentations, we appreciate the opportunity to go through the presentation before we take your questions. Thank you for that, President Rodriguez. So we'll begin by briefly explaining the report and the source of the data. This information presented tonight comes from TEA, the PEIMS student transfer reports. These reports are compiled from PEIMS data that is submitted by public school districts and charter schools throughout Texas, and they are available publicly every year. TEA makes these reports available at 3 levels: for an individual district, for all districts within a selected region, and at the statewide campus level. For this analysis, we reviewed all 3, including the PSJA district level report, the Region 1 report, and the statewide and campus level reports. These reports identify both students who attend PSJA while residing elsewhere and students who reside within PSJA boundaries but attend other public school districts or charter schools. And these are referred as transfers in from or transfers out to. On the next slide, understanding the transfer report is critical to interpreting the data contained within it. As mentioned in the previous slide, the transfer report is basically a current comparison of where students reside and where they attend public school. It's designed to provide a snapshot of those enrollment patterns at a specific point in time. It's equally important to recognize what the report is not. Because it is called a transfer report, the name itself can be a little bit misleading. A reasonable assumption might be that the report is showing how many students withdrew from PSJA and transferred to a different district in a particular year. However, that is not what the report measures. The description of the report on the TEA website is counts of students residing in one district and attending another. The report doesn't tell us when a student enrolled elsewhere. It doesn't tell us whether that enrollment decision occurred this year, several years ago, or whether the student ever attended PSJA at all. The examples shown at the bottom of this slide help illustrate this point. So one student on the left may have lived within PSJA boundaries but attended another district or charter school since pre-K. Another may have attended PSJA but transferred out several years ago. Another may have transferred out more recently. All 3 students would appear in this report, and the report itself does not distinguish among those situations. For that reason, the transfer report should be interpreted as a current enrollment snapshot and not as a measure of annual student loss. Students reflected in the report may have enrolled elsewhere recently, years ago, or may have never attended PSJA at all. A student residing in FAR who has attended, for example, Vanguard Academy since pre-K and is graduating from that same school district this year will appear in this report, just as someone who withdrew last year and transferred to a neighboring school district will also appear on the report, and vice versa. That holds true for students coming into PSJ. So before we look at the rest of the transfer report data, I'd like to revisit the Hidalgo County enrollment trend over the last several years for context. And this slide was shared during our last budget workshop by Ms. Becky Gonzalez. As you can see on this chart, countywide enrollment increased through 2023, but has been declining ever since, with further declines projected over the next several years. And the reason this context is important is it reminds us that enrollment is influenced by multiple factors and not only student withdrawals and transfers. Transfers certainly play a role, and we will review those patterns shortly. However, if student movement between districts and charter schools were the primary cause of enrollment decline, we would generally expect students to remain somewhere within the county's public school system, and overall county enrollment would tend to remain more stable. But what this chart shows is that enrollment is declining across Hidalgo County as a whole. And the decline suggests that broader demographic trends are also affecting public school enrollment. So as we discussed during our budget workshop, declining birth rates that accelerated during and after the COVID-19 period have contributed to smaller incoming student populations across the region. And virtual or homeschool options that became popular during the pandemic may also be contributing factors that persist today. There's also the issue of reduced immigration that may be a factor. As a result, many districts are now experiencing a situation in which graduating classes are larger than the cohorts replacing them. Those enrollment pressures are reflected not only in PSJ, but across Hidalgo County as a whole, and I would venture to say statewide and even nationally. This trend in the county helps to explain why regional planners have projected continued enrollment pressure for school districts throughout the area over the next few years. In fact, this next slide shows Region 1's enrollment projection model for PSJ, which anticipated enrollment decline several years into the future. Okay, a lot of data, but this slide shows a baseline enrollment projection model that's developed by Region 1 for PSJ ISD. The model follows student cohorts as they move from one grade level to the next. So for example, you'll see the 1,843 kindergarten students shown in 2026. Those are projected forward as first graders in 2027, while the 1,791 first graders in 2026 are projected forward as second graders in 2027. In other words, the model tracks the students already enrolled in the system as they move through the grade levels over time. What's most important is the bottom row. So based on this model, Region 1 projected that PSJ enrollment would continue to decline over the coming years, falling from approximately 25,800 students in 2026 to roughly 25,300 students by 2030-31. And the reason I wanted to include this slide is that it reinforces the broader context that we discussed on the previous slide. Regional planners have anticipated continued enrollment pressure, not only for PSJ, but for school districts across the area. And one reason for that projection becomes clear when you compare the size of the incoming and the outgoing cohorts. In 2026, the model shows approximately 1,843 kindergarten students entering the system compared to 2,354 seniors graduating from the system. In other words, the graduating cohort is more than 500 students larger than the incoming kindergarten cohort. That is important because it illustrates that enrollment pressure can occur even before considering transfers, charter competition, or other enrollment choices. Simply put, the cohorts entering the system are smaller than the cohorts leaving it. So as we move on to the next two slides, we can compare these projections with PSJ's actual enrollment history and our current enrollment projections. And as you'll see, our enrollment has remained stronger than the levels anticipated by this regional baseline model. So let's look at the comparison. This previous slide showed what regional planners expected enrollment to look like. This slide, which we had also shared with you at the prior budget board workshop, shows what actually happened in PSJA. As you can see, PSJA enrollment increased from approximately 29,250 students in 2022 to just over 30,000 students in both 23 and 24, but enrollment has since declined, reaching 29,053 students in 26, with a projected enrollment of approximately 28,200 students in 2027, although our recent registration data looks even more promising than that, but we're being conservative. So while that decline definitely is real and should not be ignored, it's important to view it within the broader context that we have just discussed. First, the enrollment decline is occurring during a period when Hidalgo County enrollment as a whole is declining. Second, as we saw in the Region 1 projection model, regional planners anticipated declining enrollment because incoming student cohorts were expected to be smaller than the graduating cohorts leaving the system. And third, despite those enrollment pressures, PSJ's actual enrollment has remained stronger than the levels anticipated by the Region 1 projection model. In other words, while enrollment challenges certainly do exist, the enrollment story is more complex than simply students leaving PSJ to attend another school district or charter school, although that is happening and we will share that data. On this next slide, we just reviewed our recent enrollment history, and we noted that PSJ's actual enrollment has remained stronger than Region 1 anticipated. But this slide uses Region 1's own historical enrollment data that spans a wider time period to help validate the enrollment figures that we just reviewed. So as you can see, Region 1, the data tells essentially the same story. Enrollment remained relatively stable through 2020 before declining more noticeably beginning in 21, reaching approximately 29,000 students in 2026. So while the exact enrollment totals may vary slightly by a few students, depending on the reporting source and the reporting date, the overall trend is consistent across both the Region 1 data set and our own data set. In other words, the district's enrollment data and Region 1's enrollment data tell the same story regarding both the timing and magnitude of the enrollment decline. The question we want to answer next is, how much of this enrollment picture is related to student transfer activity? To do that, let's look more closely at the transfer data itself, which we'll start on this next slide. The transfer report identifies 2,714 students who reside outside PSJ boundaries but attend a PSJ school. So these are the transfers in. The report also identifies 7,992 students who reside within PSJ boundaries but currently attend another public school district, a charter school or campus. These are the transfers out. Based on those two figures, the report reflects a net transfer balance of 5,278 students. So that is the difference between the transfers in and the transfers out. It's a negative. At first glance, those numbers are significant, and they are. However, it's important to interpret them through the lens of the information that we've already reviewed. As we discussed earlier, these figures should not be interpreted as students who recently left PSJ or left PSJ last year. They represent a current snapshot of where students who reside in PSJ are attending school today, including enrollment decisions that may have occurred years ago and accumulated over time. The other important takeaway from this slide is that PSJ continues to attract a substantial number of students from outside district boundaries. In other words, the data show both significant transfer activity out of the district and continued demand for PSJ schools from families residing elsewhere. The remaining slides will help us better understand where those students are coming from, where they are going, and how PSJ compares with neighboring districts throughout the region. This chart shows a sample of PSJ's net student exchange with neighboring school districts. Positive values indicate that more students are coming into PSJ from that district than are leaving PSJ for that district. Negative values indicate the opposite. So you see there's a bar graph for each of our neighboring districts. And they're not all included in this chart, but we included the ones that had the most impact. So what stands out immediately is that PSJ is a net importer of students from several neighboring districts, particularly Donna and Edinburgh. In fact, the report shows a net gain of 1,241 students from Donna ISD and a net gain of 485 students from Edinburgh CISD. We also show positive net movement from Weslaco, Mission, and Sharyland. So we have more students coming in from those districts than we have going out. On the other hand, the largest visible deficits are with Hidalgo ISD and McAllen ISD, followed by Valley View. So those are the three campuses that we're losing most kids to. Districts, I apologize. I think this slide is important because it helps distinguish between competition from neighboring school districts and competition from other educational providers. So based on the transfer data, PSJ is actually attracting more students than it loses in several of the districts surrounding us. The next slide expands the analysis by placing PSJ within the broader regional transfer picture and comparing our transfer position with other Valley school districts. So this slide is us compared to other ISDs. The first thing that stands out is that negative transfer balances are common among many of the larger traditional school districts in Region 1. So we're not the only ones feeling the pain. You can see that with the exception of Hidalgo ISD, every district shown here reflects a negative net transfer balance. Districts such as Brownsville, Edinburgh, Donna, La Jolla, and PSJ all report more students attending school elsewhere than students transferring into their districts. That context is important because it reminds us that the enrollment challenges reflected in the transfer report are not unique to PSJA. It's also worth noting that PSJ's net transfer balance, while significant, is not the largest in the region. Several districts, including Donna, Edinburgh, and Brownsville, report larger raw net deficits than PSJ. Another important reminder is that these results should be interpreted as transfer volumes, not annual student losses. As we discussed earlier, these figures represent a current snapshot of where students reside and where they attend school, not a count of students who left the district during a specific school year. The data suggests that school choice and student movement across district and charter boundaries are regional phenomena, affecting many traditional public school districts throughout the Valley. The next question then is where PSJ resident students are attending school and what role charter schools play in those enrollment patterns. Well, it is significant. As we continue reviewing the transfer data, one pattern becomes very clear. While PSJ is attracting students from several neighboring school districts, the largest share of transfer out activity has not gone to neighboring ISDs. Instead, it has gone to public charter schools. The report identifies approximately 2,914 PSJ resident students currently attending IDEA public schools and approximately 2,773 PSJ resident students currently attending Vanguard Academy. Combined, those two charter systems account for 5,687 students, representing approximately 71% of all the students included in the transfer out portion of this report. This is an important finding because it suggests that the primary competitive environment reflected in the transfer data is not necessarily PSJ versus neighboring school districts, but PSJ operating within a broader school choice environment that includes charter schools. Additionally, these figures should not be interpreted as students who recently left PSJ. They represent a current snapshot of PSJ resident students who are enrolled in those systems today. And I just have to reiterate this several times. But as we discussed earlier, county-wide enrollment trends suggest that these enrollment pressures have been developing over time. It's not like a new development. As a result, it is reasonable to conclude that many of the students reflected in these counts may have enrolled elsewhere years ago and remain there, rather than representing recent withdrawals from PSJ. This next slide provides additional context by looking at where IDEA and Vanguard campuses are physically located within the communities that make up PSJ ISD. PSJ operates in a school choice environment that includes a strong charter presence within the communities that it serves. As you can see, families residing in FAR, San Juan, and Alamo have multiple charter school options located within their own cities. IDEA operates campuses in all three PSJ communities, while Vanguard's footprint is particularly concentrated in FAR and Alamo. The slide is intended to provide context regarding the educational options available to families, not to draw conclusions about the reasons behind individual enrollment decisions. The transfer report data does not identify why families chose a particular school or when they enrolled in that school. We would venture to say, however, that the transfer data is cumulative and that much of the losses to charters occurred prior to the COVID pandemic and the general countywide enrollment decline when there was a boom in new charter schools being built in this area. The enrollment, we imagine, was the impact was felt early on and then seems to have tapered off. The previous two slides do illustrate an important point. The transfer data show that PSJ remains highly competitive with many neighboring school districts, while also operating in a community where families have access to numerous charter school options. In the next slide, we just reviewed the district level transfer patterns and the presence of charter schools within our communities. So now we can look at where the transfer activity reflected in the report appears to be concentrated across PSJ campuses. So where is the, where has the bleeding been happening? This chart highlights the campuses with the largest visible net outflows on the campus level transfer report. One important point to remember, as discussed before, is that these figures represent a current snapshot of enrollment patterns at these campuses. They should not be interpreted as students who recently left those schools. So you might look at PSJ Southwest, for example, and think, we're losing a lot of kids at the high school. Well, it may be that we lost those kids at the pre-K, or we lost them at the middle school, and they've stayed gone. So for example, a student reflected in the high school or middle school may have enrolled elsewhere years ago, remained there through graduation, and likewise, a student reflected in the elementary data may have attended another district or charter school from the beginning of their school experience, such as pre-K or kinder. But what this chart tells us is where the transfer activity reflected in the report appears to be concentrated today. So as you can see, because the data is cumulative, the visible net outflows are distributed across elementary, middle, and high school campuses, instead of being isolated to a single grade span. The general picture is that except for PSJ Early College High School, the greatest net outflows are in the FAR area. The next slide helps complete the picture by highlighting campuses that show positive visible net transfer activity. This slide helps complete the picture. And as you can see, several campuses are functioning as important transfer-in destinations. Marcia Garza shows the largest visible positive net flow, followed by PSJ Memorial Early College High School, Seferino Farias Elementary, John McKeever Elementary, and Audie Murphy Middle School. This data reminds us that the transfer story is not entirely about students attending school elsewhere. The same report also identifies campuses that are attracting students into PSJ. In fact, several of these campuses, appeared repeatedly in the transfer-in data that we reviewed earlier, particularly among students coming from neighboring districts. While the previous slide highlighted areas where transfer activity appears more concentrated, this slide highlights campuses and programs that families are actively choosing. With that district and campus context established, let's now look at the broader implications of what these transfer patterns may mean for PSJ moving forward. Here are some practical implications that emerge from the data. First, PSJ should continue building on the programs and opportunities that are already attracting students to the district. Earlier in the presentation, we saw that PSJ continues to attract students from neighboring districts. Our early college programs, early childhood programs, dual language offerings, career and technical educational pathways, and strong academic performance remain important strengths. And, this A rating that we're celebrating tonight is the latest addition. Second, the data helps us identify areas where outreach and recruitment efforts can be even more focused. The district already invests significant effort in social media outreach, community engagement, advertising, community walks and dropout recovery, and partnerships throughout our communities. These findings help us better target and strengthen those efforts. Third, the findings reinforce the importance of treating retention and recruitment as related but distinct priorities. The district already approaches them that way. While we continue attracting students into PSJ, we also closely monitor enrollment patterns and student withdrawals. Principals, are no longer here, but they can tell you, if you ask any of them, we expect our principals to remove barriers to enrollment, to personally engage with families considering withdrawal, and to determine whether there's anything, whether it's programs, services, or opportunities that might encourage our parents and students to remain in PSJA. So we remove barriers to enrollment, we make it tougher for students to withdraw, making those personal connections with our parents and families before they do. And that's a standing order for our principals that they've gotten really good at. It remains, recruitment remains a yearly goal that they receive coaching and support on. And this means placing a premium on family and community engagement and working collaboratively across feeder patterns. So elementary, middle, and high school principals work together as one PSJ team to build relationships with families, strengthen trust in our schools, remove barriers to enrollment, and support students as they progress from one level to the next. And I think you can attest to this, Trustee Castillo, that our district has gotten really good at having our feeder school principals work as a team. So the Southwest feeder school principals work together, Memorial, North, Early College High School, and that builds those relationships with our community and that trust to where we hang on to our kids from one level to the next. Finally, the data provides an opportunity to continue studying enrollment patterns at a deeper level so that future planning, communication, and program development remain informed by what we are seeing across the district. Ultimately, these findings reinforce the importance of continuing the work that's already underway, building on the strengths that attract families to PSJ, while remaining intentional about engagement and outreach in areas where competitive pressures appear to be the greatest. Before we conclude, I think it's important to revisit the limitations of the report and remind ourselves of what the data can and cannot tell us. Throughout this presentation, we focused on the information that can be confidently derived from the transfer report. At the same time, there are several important questions that this report was never designed to answer. The report doesn't tell us why a family selected a particular school, whether a student reflected in the report ever attended PSJ, or when the enrollment decision occurred. Likewise, the report doesn't provide exact campus totals where TA has masked values. It also does not adjust transfer volumes for district enrollment size. These limitations are important because they remind us that the report is a useful tool for identifying enrollment patterns, but it's not a complete explanation of those patterns. As a result, the report is best used as a starting point for discussion and further analysis, rather than as a standalone explanation for enrollment trends. As we conclude, I think there are three key takeaways from this analysis. First, the net transfer out figures reflected in this report are significant and they deserve attention. They reflect a highly competitive school choice environment and reinforce the importance of continuing our enrollment, recruitment, and family engagement efforts across our district. Second, the report should be interpreted in the proper context. It provides a snapshot of where students reside and where they attend school today. It doesn't tell us when an enrollment decision occurred or whether a student ever attended PSJ. Third, PSJ remains a district of choice. The report shows that thousands of students from outside our district boundaries choose to attend PSJ schools. And we saw earlier that PSJ is a net importer of students from several neighboring districts. We also know that enrollment trends are influenced by more than transfers alone. The countywide enrollment data, the Region 1 projection model, and our own enrollment history all point to broader demographic pressures affecting school districts throughout the region. The encouraging news is that families continue to choose PSJ because of the strength of our schools, our programs, and the opportunities that we provide for all. So moving forward, our focus remains unchanged, protecting resident enrollment while continuing to expand and strengthen the programs, campuses, and opportunities that attract students and families to PSJ ISD. President Rodriguez, members of the board, thank you for your time and attention this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to provide additional context regarding this data, and we'd be happy to answer any questions and welcome any comments or discussion from the board at this time. Dr. Noyola is also here to assist.
Thank you, sir. I have already a question from Mrs. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, yes. Dr. Marquez, thank you so much for the presentation. I think, for transparency, the questions we asked Ms. Quintanilla and myself about this transfer form were exactly what you answered tonight, but on that night, nobody seemed to know what this form was about. So thank you.
You muted yourself, Dr. Gutierrez. If you could unmute yourself,
Ms.
please.
Gutierrez, you muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. And so thank you for the clarification for that. But did you include in this presentation, I did not see the approvals and denials, and also I am glad that you guys were able to go and find this information, because then the question I had asked Dr. Noyola about how they were researching or how they were going to implement any recruitment efforts was going to come from. So I see that, and from that meeting, I saw that the information that you mentioned that is not included was missing, because we know that that is not the purpose of this form, but it's a great opportunity. Now, what I find I'm looking for, I'll be looking for the previous years and compare. You mentioned it's cumulative. It does not disclose at the type of the form. That's something that I'm gonna require clarification further, Mr. Marquez, if you can provide with the previous years for comparison. And then, again, thank you for the presentation and for bringing this up. I'm glad that you guys went and were able to find the information that Ms. Quintanilla and I were referring to. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else have any questions?
I just have a comment, Mr. President. I suspect that with our success that we've had, I think that we will be getting more families coming and enrolling their children here at our district. I think one of our biggest things that we offer is early college, and I hear a lot of families that we that come to the district or that are very happy with the systems that we have in place, and so I'm very appreciative that we have all those that we have all that to offer. And then I have a question. I hear that some of our surrounding districts are recruiting children, bringing children from across the border. Have you thought about that, Dr. Elias? Are there any plans to do that here in PLJ?
We have looked into that, but right now with the way the laws are and the way the state is looking at everything, as long as the student has a household within our zone, then yes, we can bring the student into PSJ. But if the laws state that there has to be an address within the district. Once they are living outside, it's international. So then that's, the state has some rulings on that we can't cross.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Barra.
I have a couple of questions, Dr. Marquez. One is, we never mentioned homeschooling. Do we have students that are being homeschooled? And if so, are we collaborating with them? I mean, do we count them? Do we not count them? I mean, what's happening to that as far as these numbers?
Yes, we do have, with the pandemic, a lot of students chose to do homeschooling and virtual school. And so after the pandemic, the majority of our students came back, but we did have a small percentage that stayed homeschooling or doing virtual school. Okay. Dr. Noyola probably has a better understanding of the numbers than I do. Mm-hmm. I want to say that when we opened up our virtual school last year, and we got ahead of the rest of the region and our area, we opened our virtual school in January of 2026. We had a list and we had data on those students who resided in PSJ but were participating in virtual school or homeschooling. And I know Dr. Noyola mobilized his team and created a plan to recruit as many of those kids back through the virtual school and also for in-person learning. So we do have that still happening, but I don't know, Dr. Noyola, if you could speak to the numbers.
Yeah. This is, oh, yeah, it is. What we did, just like Dr. Marquez said, that in January we opened the iLearn virtual program. And instead of losing like a little bit over 100 students, we kept them in the school district. We gave them a choice because parents were saying, you know, we want to homeschool them. And then we had liaisons, we had principals to convince them, well, we have a program. We have certified teachers, we have, you know, a counselor ready for you. And so we kind of sold it to them and they understood that, you know what, maybe I don't have to do homeschooling at home by myself or with somebody else, a company that I don't see, I'm gonna say, you know, people, faces, phone calls that I can just pick up the phone and call. So instead of losing over a little bit, we had about 125 students, we kept them in the district. not really allow it unless the parents were very persistent, and they still are, but we, Dr. Elias, mentioned to us, what about, like the previous year? So we went back to 3 years, and we're going back to check all those that have said homeschooling, so we can try to entice them to come back into the program. We
So they are
anticipate more
somewhere in
because they've already been mentioning that, some of the parents, we want to come into the program. I'm sorry.
No, my question is, so those that we do have or that we've worked with, those numbers are integrated in some of this data that we're
Well,
getting?
those would be that they stayed with us. They're not the ones that transferred out to let's say, sometimes they hire an academy. Sometimes it's called K through 12 academy, those homeschooling. If they decide to do that and the parent is persistent, then those are the numbers, because they're not with us.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Marquez.
So if they're enrolled in our virtual school, they count for us. If they didn't enroll, and they're still doing homeschooling, then they do not count for us.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Robles.
Dr. Marquez, thank you for that presentation. I know I saw a lot of work go into that. And I think the key thing here is to look for some causal evidence, reasons. The report doesn't identify reason, but are we keeping track of a kid coming in asking, why are you coming to PSJ? Or why are you leaving PSJ? And maybe start tracking that and find, evidence of reasons. Some of it may be proximity. I live in Alamo, but Donna's got a school right there, or vice versa. So I don't know, are we tracking it?
Yes, we are, and
Okay.
actually, those are some of the, I'm gonna say scenarios. Like, for example, sometimes they're renting in the PSJ area, but because rent is cheaper someplace else, they move.
Okay.
And then they do ask us there through our office is, do you provide transportation? It's like, no, we don't cross all the way over there. But they're still working, or they wanna know, what can we do to help them? And I know that Dr. Elias and I were talking about this, so we're gonna be looking into something to help those parents. We don't wanna lose anybody.
Right.
So we're trying to maintain them, to retain them.
Turn your mic back on.
You turned off your mic.
Did I turn it?
It's on now.
Oh, there it is. We're trying to retain them and keep them in PSJA. Even those that are saying homeschooling, like I said, we're trying to convince them. We don't want to lose anybody. I did, you saw that Region 1 was projecting 25. We're not even that. We're way above at 29. So we're trying to keep that and stay even higher.
Go ahead, Ms. Quintanilla.
You said about 125 are homeschooled or are going through the virtual program.
Right.
I learned. Do you have a breakdown of what grade levels?
We only do high school. It's only 9th grade through 12th grade, what we're doing at this time. Because we had looked at last year before we decided at what grade levels we saw where the students when the students were wanting to go to homeschool. Parents were requesting. The majority was high school. And that's where the numbers were. So that's why we stayed with high school. It was not elementary, like the pre-kinder, it was not that, and we understand that that's what they need. They need to be in school, in person, to set the foundation, social skills and all of that as well.
But if we have a group of this is just for sake of discussion, but if we have, let's say, district-wide 20 elementary students, and the reason is that I know a couple.
Okay.
They are, the one that I know is 6th grade, I think. He's 12, I don't know what grade level that is, but he is being homeschooled. And I asked, I thought it was through our program, and it wasn't. I thought it was optional, but it turns out that it's because we don't then offer elementary or middle school.
Right.
Is there a potential, Dr. Marquez, Dr. Noyola, that may be a way to increase our enrollment that we could look at?
Well, yes, we can go ahead and look at it again to see, where are the numbers? We know that it's at the high school for sure, but we can do a study again, because that's what we did. We went back to the parents, like I said, to try to say, what grade level are your children and so forth. So we can do that again.
So does the iLearn program, I'm not too familiar with it. Obviously, it has the high school curriculum, but Does it also include elementary and middle school? Should we go that route?
Yes, and we can. And at the high school, it's all the subject areas, also the STAR testing, end of course exams, all of that is provided for the students. Exactly.
Well, I want to finish off by thanking both of you for that presentation. I believe it answered a lot of questions. It generated some more questions, but at least it gives us a better understanding of those numbers and see what else we can do. I will look forward to looking at those strategic implications, you know, being looked at one more time and see where we stand, you know, after the end of next year, and hopefully we gain more students than, and I don't want to say that we're losing, but that we somehow along the way they have opted, right, to attend one of the other schools within our city limits. So, but thank you for that.
Mr. Villegas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I see a lot of pluses in all the comments that are being made tonight regarding our virtual program and the potential for expansion, because having been a liaison for several years, I find out what student services goals and objectives are to bring all our kids into school. But we know that, like in any other district, there are going to be students that you can't just capture and bring into. You lose them. I applaud you, Dr. Elias, for inviting PSJ to become one of your virtual school programs in the region. I've heard other regions wanting to do the same thing, but they aren't. But it's definitely a plus. It's a resource that we have out there to not lose the students that we feel may not be coming to school to begin with. So I think that we need to look, Dr. Loyola, and have a closer study as to what the potential is to see what we're going to be able to offer more, and not just at the high school, middle school levels, and see if we can do something to increase, because learning can continue through a resource program like the virtual program. So I think that we just need to look, take a deeper dive into all of this and see what comes about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I had just one comment. I went to the expos, students' expos, and the thing I was asking about the enrollment, and I went to all the campuses, and I was asking about enrollment, and I was worried about that we're losing, but they were saying, oh no, we're getting students from different surrounding districts. We're getting a lot of students. And so I just wanted to just commend all the staff on working to recruit them, because obviously they're getting the word that PSJ is the place to go. And now that we have this A rating throughout the district, I think it's going to even, we're going to get even more people, more students coming because of that A rating. So kudos to everybody. Good job. Next item is the board minutes. Does anybody have questions on any of the board minutes?
We're just gonna approve consent, seeking recommendation to approve.
To approve
Motion to
what?
approve consent agenda.
Oh, sorry. Can I have a motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion.
So moved by Ms. Quintanilla, second by Ms. Barron.
Mr. President, I have questions on C1 and C2,
Of which one?
curriculum instruction.
Oh,
That's still in
Oh,
consent.
yes, I do too.
okay.
I do too.
Should they have some?
So we're gonna jump straight to that? I thought we're gonna go to the minutes first.
Well, all that's under
No,
consent.
it's
Oh,
consent.
all of them?
Yeah,
Oh, I
we
see.
approve
I'm
all
sorry.
of
I didn't read it right. Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Robles. Do you have a question for curriculum instruction?
Sure. For item C1, approve the renewal of the MOU. I'm just a little concerned about the date. Was supposed to start August the 1st. Has it already been implemented, and has services already been performed from August the 1st to the 17th? Because this was, according to the packet, supposed to start on the 1st, and we're just now getting to the approval.
The services don't start till the school starts.
Okay.
So, yes, it says August the 1st, but we usually get those outreach advisors till school starts, and they're usually work very closely with the financial aid officer at the
Okay,
campus.
thank you, sir.
Yes.
And then, can I go on, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead.
On C2, about 15%. I know, and I may be confused in my own mind about it, but will the 15%, the ADA that we capture be enough to cover, or is it enough to cover the salaries, the benefits, and the curriculum? Because we're not, we're claiming that there is not a fiscal impact.
As far as for the waiver that we're doing.
Yes, sir.
On the pre-K, that one, we already are doing a lot of contribution, and it's really for our partnering daycares.
Okay.
And we're contributing already, of course, with the teacher, as you mentioned, that if it does cover.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it does cover, but we are contributing curriculum, we're contributing, and I know the state is asking for us to be able to help the partners that are with the pre-K.
Right.
And I think PSJ right now is doing their part, and that's the reason we're seeking the waiver to be approved, and that waiver will let TEA know that PSJ is already doing all this, and we considered it in kind, and that's
Okay.
how we're doing all this.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and those two words were missing there, in kind.
Yes.
That would- Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Go ahead, Ms. Castillo. You
yes,
be next, Ms.
so
Gutierrez. Hold
my-
on, Ms. Gutierrez. Hold on, it was Ms. Castillo asked first. Hold on. Go ahead, Ms. Castillo.
Dr. Elias, I know that we partner with Head Start. I know that you did mention last time at the last meeting, that we, PLJ saving on paying for the paraprofessionals. Do we have an exact amount, sir, as to how much does the district save on partnering with Head Start as far as the TAs are concerned?
I can get you that figure. I don't have an exact amount. I can tell you that it's about $45,000 roughly per para. That's more or less roughly with the fringes and all that, but I would have to get an exact number of how many paras right now Head Start is providing for us, and also they do provide us with a director at each campus also.
So it does benefit for PLJ to partner with, especially with that program, because we are able to save that money.
That's correct. And also partnering, and I know opening Cesar Chavez, the partnership with Head Start, that's an area considered a rural area where Head Start can provide a lot of those services, resources that are needed for that area and those students to be able to thrive.
Correct. For clarification purposes, sir, I just wanted to say that it's through the partnership that students receive wraparound services such as dental, vision, physicals, immunization, and I also know that through the county, a lot of these families that participate in the program are able to get assistance with their utility bills. So that's really a plus.
Yeah.
So we always look at these students as ISD students receiving Head Start services. Am I correct in saying that, sir?
Yes, it's just all those added services that we're looking
Correct.
for the students, and that's really what Head Start is providing. And of course, through permission, and these partnerships need the permission of the county commissioner, and of course, the county judge also.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, Dr. Elias, the 40,000 that is going to cost, or the cost for the 4 advisors, I saw what they do. Are they part-time? Are they college students, or who? What comprises those advisors?
Those advisors, currently we have one at each campus, and it's 10,000 that we contribute to each one at each campus. So it's a contribution that we do, but it's through a grant. Let's say through UT, RGV, I know we get some from there. And really, it's just services that they help us to provide in order for the students to be able to do those grants. They do sort of like what the financial aid officer does already.
But are those 4 teachers already, or are they people that come and get that stipend, or how, that's what I have the question. Are there, are employees already and they get this additional monies? Or are we getting new people that come and do the advising?
You're correct. They are still attending university, so many of them are not
Okay.
with their bachelor's yet or anything like that. But this is like like an extra service that they do through the university. They get paid through their university or the outreach program, and
Okay, so
they-
it's like they intern, they practice,
Yes.
and then they get some money for school.
yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Nope.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
I have a motion by Ms. Quintanilla to approve. I have a second by Ms. Barron. All those for the motion, signify by raising your right hand. Motion
Aye.
passes. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Villegas, I don't have you on the screen. Thank you,
Right
sir.
there.
Appreciate it unanimously.
Yes, Mr. President, we move to item 7 under finance, and letter A is public hearing on the 2026-2027 budget and the proposed tax rate, and this will be presented by Ms. Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent for Finance.
Mr. President, at this time, you can open the public hearing for item A.
Just give the time and
Oh,
open.
Sam. Okay, we have, the time is 9:05, and we're opening up the public hearing.
Tonight, we're presenting the same budget that we presented at the budget workshop. I don't know if anybody signed up for the public hearing.
No.
Anybody here to speak for or against for the public hearing? Going once, twice, sold.
Okay.
So if you'd like me to,
So we'll move on to the next one?
if you'd like me to present
Okay,
the,
I need to make a comment before we go into the
Okay.
next. I wanted to recommend to table the next item, item B, for next meeting next week. I believe we might be meeting on the 27th, 28th, maybe?
Mr. President, if we could just close
yeah.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
public hearing?
close the.
Okay, I wanted to close the public hearing at 9:06 PM.
All right, and then if just Dr. Elias could just move us to the next item.
Yes, under finance, we have letter B, approve the 2026-2027 recommended school budget.
Okay, then, like I said, I was to table this item because we got some information late on our financial accountability rating. We got a very poor rating. So I wanted to move to table for the next meeting, so that way we can get that information and get some answers on why we got such a real bad rating on the financial accountability rating. I made a motion.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Hold on, Ms. Gutierrez. I
sorry.
have a
I just-
second.
I just have a
by-
question.
I have a
Before
motion by
you-
Ms.
you move-
Quintanilla. Can I have a second?
before you
Table.
move to vote, what is it that we're, because it's hard where I'm at, what is it that we're tabling?
We're tabling to approving the recommended school budget.
Okay,
We're to
Great,
Table it
'cause
for
I
next
have-
meeting because we still have questions, and also it was brought up to my attention that our financial accountability rating, we got a very low rating, so I'm concerned about that. I need to, I'm just letting the
Correct.
community know that we want to make sure we take care of that concern.
Second
That's
the
what I'm telling
motion.
you.
Second the motion.
Who first did?
Oh, I thought you had.
Oh, it is, you're right, sorry. Got me all lost there. Okay, so I got a second already, so all those on the motion, signify by raising your right hand. To table,
aye,
3,
aye.
1, 2, 3.
I'm against.
4, or you're against, but I need a motion to table. So it's 1, 2, and 3, okay? So all those who are against to table, raise your right hand.
Perhaps providing the information to Mr. Villegas. I'll send you the information that they're using, Mr. Villegas.
Okay, so now,
Okay.
so now we're doing a motion to,
Okay, if we could just announce the vote, Mr. President, that'd be great.
the what?
If we could announce the vote, did you capture
Okay,
the vote?
so I motion to table for the next meeting. It was me and Ms. Quintanilla and Mrs. Gutierrez.
You're asking for a vote, yes or no, on whether to table, is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, sir, for.
Okay. Well, I'm against the table,
Okay.
recommendation for table.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. President, you could just call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
All those in favor signify by raising your right hand
To table the budget?
Aye.
to table, so that we have 3. Ms. Quintanilla, me, and Ms. Gutierrez.
And I think also Mr. Villegas is voting aye to table.
No,
to-
I'm voting
he's voting
against
no.
the table.
Okay.
Okay, so next,
If I can make a comment?
okay, so the motion did not pass. Okay. Now, I just need to let you know, the reason I brought that up is because we got it was brought to my attention that the financial accountability rating, that we got an F in this rating, so I wanted to table to make sure we got this information to everybody so we can have better
Understanding.
information on passing the budget.
And
Okay.
Mr. President, if I have my 2 minutes. I agree with you because I feel that some information that we received, and we received it, I would say, pretty late. We've already had one single budget workshop, and this information didn't come to light till after the last board meeting, which was the salary study. So based on the salary study that was shared with us just recently, last week, based on the first rating that just came out and was not shared with this board, and as of today, as of this very moment, it has not been shared with this board as it should by by Dr. Elias and the finance department. So that alone gives me doubts on the current proposed budget. And not to mention that we have some amendments that we're supposed to be looking at for approval on the 26th, that it's been like a pattern, and we have been doing that for the past couple of years. And at this point in time, the reason that I want the community to hear this and to look at who voted to approve the budget as is, because we do have an F rating.
Correct.
And that is a very serious rating that we should be looking at. And this is where I would have thought the board would come together so that we could study it a bit closer, because part of that is on us. We cannot blame Dr. Elias alone. It's on us. So I want the community to know that I wanted to look at the budget closer because of the salary study, because of the amendments that are going to be coming that will impact this year's budget and next year's rating. And because our current rating is an F. And I know it's preliminary, I know, but then time is running out. And whether we move up to a D, whether we move up to a C, it's still not good. And this has been something that I know I have warned, the administration about, that we needed to be careful with some of the decisions we made. And I know that they are all in the best interest of our teachers. I know that. But at the same time, we as a board have a responsibility. So again, that is the reason that I agreed with you, Ms. Rodriguez, and I want the community to know that it is unfortunate that we have this on the day that we're trying to celebrate our A rating accountability.
I agree.
So thank you.
You're out of time.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Board President?
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, I posted the information earlier today because I feel that the community needs to know about that F as well. We have a 66, and the points where we got zeros are serious. There's points that have oversight over our practices with how we spend money in construction. And I mentioned that because tonight we have on the agenda and a change order for the Ozone Dome. And although I would love to give the theater arts and those students this particular item, I think it's irresponsible to continue to make expenses when we have a 66 or an F. And so I also want to clarify something. This has nothing to do with the accountability rating. The accountability rating is based on the star and the teachers and the performance of the students. So we are very happy and we're extremely proud about our teachers and our staff doing that. This is an item that, as Ms. Quintanilla mentioned, we have been asking a lot of questions about on how we spend money, on the things that we want and the things that we need. We're in attrition, yet we continue to make change orders. And this is a reflection. I posted on Facebook the link. If the community would like to get informed, we're getting a lot of feedback on that. And there is, throughout the last years, had an A rating financially. This has nothing to do with the rating that we're celebrating tonight.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, you're out of time. You're out of time, Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. President.
Okay.
I'm
Go ahead.
gonna-
President Rodriguez.
Let me get I need a motion now for approval.
Wait,
Okay,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to speak.
Go ahead, Mr. Villegas.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm gonna keep it real short. Look, here's why we are at the rating financially that we are, because we all thought, or the majority of the board thought, that it would be good for us to go ahead and take care of our staff during the summer months, especially when it concerned the TIA money. We know that money usually is paid out in early September or late August. We decided to pay it during June because this is when we think that our staff will enjoy the TIA money they so rightfully earned and deserved for vacations, remodeling, et cetera, et cetera. We know that. And absolutely correct, Dr. Gutierrez, in saying that it has nothing to do with the accountability rating and the congratulatory remarks going out to all our staff for the fine work. Well, then let's continue to reward them during the summer months. This does not pose a financial deficit burden on our district whatsoever. It's a penalty that TEA has given to us because we took from our general fund to go ahead and pay our teachers who well deserve this money. We're paying it back, and then we're back to where we're supposed to be. Our budget is balanced. We can't continue to forestall not passing a budget at the earliest possible moment that we can. So I think, staff, you need to understand we did this for you. It doesn't incriminate the district whatsoever.
Read the report.
It doesn't incriminate the district whatsoever as far as whether we're not going to have a balanced budget or not. We are going to have a balanced budget. TEA is waiting for that money. We're going to pay it back, and we have it.
Mr. Villegas.
Or we will have it.
You're out of time, Mr.
Thank
Villegas.
you.
Okay,
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I want to let Ms. Gonzalez, she's our finance person, she deserves
Of course.
time to be able to explain what the auditors have said. And yes, we haven't shared it because this is something that just came out this last week. And this is something that I kept telling the board over and over. This can put, if we pay 32 million worth of TIA, and you all, as board, even in agenda review, the last agenda review, and the previous one, I mentioned it over and over, it can jeopardize our cash on hand. Where is the district suffering right now in these indicators? Ms. Gonzalez, can you
I just want to
explain?
make one comment. Yes, sir, I checked last year's rating. We did the TIA last year also early. Last year, we got an A. So I'm just concerned why now we went from an A to an F. That's why I'm concerned.
Right, so we did have the A, but okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. The reason we haven't put the first on the agenda is because we're required a public hearing on the first in November when the ratings become final. So we will have a public hearing. We are aware of the F rating, the preliminary rating. We're appealing it, and not only appealing it, our attorneys are working on a petition for the rulemaking at TEA. If we don't pay the TIA by August 31st, the school district gets sanctioned. So we really don't have a choice but to pay the TIA before August 31st. The reason we're petitioning the rulemaking at TEA is because it places the cash to dip.
Mr. Board President,
Miss, hold on, you're,
this item is not on the agenda. Yeah, this item is not on the agenda, so there shouldn't be any presentation on it. We should just vote, make
Yeah,
our
that's what we're
comments.
gonna do.
But there,
They
I
have
would
an
like
opportunity
to have a
talk about it,
presentation
so
on
we
it.
have an opportunity to communicate to.
go ahead, legal.
Mr. President, so it appears that it has come up in regards to the agenda item when we're talking about the budget. And I think that's what Dr. Elias is eliciting from Ms. Garza here in regards to this question. So, legal will allow a little bit of discussion in this just to explain as to where we're at when it comes in regard to the budget question.
Okay.
So our TIA allotment in 23-24 was 15 million. At 15 million, when we took that dip, we were already at 60 days. We knew that if any teachers received additional designations or moved up in their designations, we were not going to pass that indicator. So we had warned that this would happen. It's more severe than we thought it would be. And what happens is, in November, when we had the public hearing last year, obviously we didn't know our expenditures were going to exceed our revenues. So you have two indicators that run together. If your expenditures exceed your revenues, as long as you have 60 days worth of cash, you're allowed to get points on both indicators. The minute your expenditures exceed your revenues and you don't have the 60 days in cash, you get zeros. So there's two indicators that run together. In November, when we had the public hearing and we warned that we were already at 60 days, any additional designations, any movement in designations upward, we knew we were going to lose points in that indicator. In November, it was too early for us to tell that our expenditures were going to exceed our revenues. So it's a lot of moving factors and a lot of indicators that are tied together. As far as the indicator that's related to the budget, we did pass that one with 10 points. There is an indicator that says that you have to budget within a 10% variance. That we did receive. So if there's a concern about the budget versus the first indicator, we did pass that indicator. The one that we failed is cash on hand and expenditures exceeding revenues.
Is this, I guess I need to just understand, my shock, it was, we went from
We
an
were
A
shocked,
to an
yes.
F.
We were
It
shocked.
was like big red flag. And we hadn't been advised, we hadn't been told or given a heads up as far as what's going on. So that's why I just saw a red flag and we need to get more information. And it's like, why we at that point? So that's why I just threw up a red flag.
Right, and we are required a public hearing right now. We're appealing, and we're also petitioning the rulemaking division at TEA. When you saw the indicators for several school districts that have TIA allotments, you saw their cash on hand dropping. And so we do have a meeting with a state agency on Wednesday, not tomorrow because we have the convocation. So we're still in the preliminary phases of what is it that we need TEA to change so that we can petition the rulemaking. We're also going to appeal. And we feel, because this year we jumped from 30 million to 34, so the gap is only 4 million. So we feel as long as we don't exceed our budget at the end of the 25-26 school year, that we should get some points on that indicator. The big jump was 15 to 30. That's when we knew that a $15 million jump was going to hit our cash really hard.
I guess for the future, just as soon as you get that information, let us know about it, and with the explanation of why we're there, that we won't get to this point.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Robles.
So the reason I voted not to table is this. I did look at it. I looked into it. We were at a 67. That was our grade. 66. TIA, or 66. TIA affected us by 20 points. We would have been at the B that we thought we were going to get because we were told that. Mm-hmm. So one is not tied to the other. That was explained to me very clearly, that the first rating has basically zero to do with the budget. So I voted not to table so that we can get this thing passed, this budget passed. And I think then it's up to this board, working hand in hand with administration, to fix this. And I think we can do it. I would like to continue celebrating, the A rating that the district got, and then we roll up our sleeves and we put our heads together and we fix this. You know, it's a catch-22. If you really look at it, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. So it is a catch-22. Now, we need to fix it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Ms. I
So-
think you already, I think you already used your time.
Yes, so
Go ahead.
I'm asking though for at least 30 seconds.
If I do that, I'm gonna have to let everybody do 30 seconds.
I just want to know what the next steps are.
All right. So what would be the next step? I'm asking you a question. What would be the next steps to do? How can we, what are we gonna do to remedy this? Go ahead.
So we don't feel we're gonna have that big drop in cash because our allotment this year went from 30 million to 34 million, so the gap is 4 million. That big gap was in 24-25, where the TIA allotment doubled.
Okay, so now we need a motion to,
Excuse me. I have a comment, Mr. President. The reason I did not vote to table it also because I know that once we receive our budget in September 1st, then there will be a balance. So
is that correct?
The budget is balanced right now.
I'm sorry, right, but once on September 1st, then we'll be able to put the money back. Is that the way it works?
What happens, Ms. Castillo, is that the cash on hand is where it affects us. Because then that's the indicator where we're being dinged on the first rating. Because the cash on hand, we pay the 34 million, like this year, the previous was 30 million, almost 32 million. So that money, we pay it out before August 31st in order for our teachers to get their TIA, but then we don't collect that money back as cash on hand to record it till September.
Until September 1st.
Yes, and that's what you're alluding to.
Correct.
It happens also with our ADSY, so that's another 5-6 million that we have out until we can collect it around the November time. So once you count all this money, you can't record it as cash on hand within the year that it should, and that makes it seem like we're short on cash on hand.
Right,
It's
right.
not till you're able to record it afterwards.
Got it, okay, I understand. So that's why I voted the way I did, because I know
And just
I
to
know that.
clarify, like on Mr. Robles's comment, and maybe those two indicators tied together was the wrong word, but you can exceed your revenues as long as you have 60 days on hand. But because we didn't have 60 days on hand because of the TIA, we got zeros on both. So the state takes it very seriously when you exceed your expenditures and you don't have 60 days cash on hand. We knew at the last November hearing that we would not have 60 days on hand. In November, it was too early to know that we were going to lose the points on the other indicator because our expenditures exceeded our
And
revenues.
if we wanted to not, we wanted to be not transparent, what we could have done, and this was a solution that we talked about, but at the end of the day, I decided, no, we're not gonna go that route, because we could have taken out a loan, just like a district, to the west of us did. We could have taken out a loan for the 32 million, and then once September comes around, we could have paid it back out, and we would have had the cash on hand. But by us doing that, we're paying on interest anywhere from $500,000 to almost close to $1 million in interest just to buy a rating. I don't see that right. And then that's money we would have expended out of the district. We don't get it back, but just because we want to go to an A or a B rating, no. The way the indicators, to me right now, it's let's challenge the indicating system. Let's challenge are we getting punished for having so many teachers on TIA? Why are we getting punished for that? That is what we're gonna challenge, and that's what we're gonna do. And right now, I have attorneys working on that. We are gonna appeal, and we are gonna challenge the rulings of the indicators in order to fix it. And maybe by fixing this, PSJ is gonna set a trend, because I can tell you next year, there's gonna be a lot of districts in the same situation that are gonna get those F ratings because of that indicator. That's gonna affect them, because they're not gonna have the cash on hand.
I think the issue with me is that we weren't told, we weren't explained So because we were told, we're gonna take a hit, but we're gonna be down to a B. That's what we had been told, but then we see the F, and nobody told us anything. It's on the internet, the state website, that we got an F, the only district that they got an F. So to me, it was a big red flag, 'cause I need to let the community know that, we're gonna be taking care of this, and that's what I wanna do also. That what's gonna make that statement is that we need to, as a board, together, need to get down to this and take care of it, so. 'cause we
And
can
it's
make-
like you mentioned,
Mr.
Rodriguez,
Board
that
President.
Hold on, Ms.
that
Gutierrez.
it's a surprise to even us, because I was thinking a B or a C, and that's what I had mentioned to you all, even at the agenda reviews, because that's what we thought. But then these indicators took 20 points. And when you take 20 points, that automatically drops you, because you can see other districts that were in deficit, but they're not paying as much TIA as we are.
Oh, yes.
They still got an A or a B rating.
Right.
But it's because they don't have the huge amount going out of cash on hand like we did. But, at this point, the district is gonna do right by the side of the teachers. If they deserve their money, that's why we're an A-rated district. So I would venture to say if I was in the same situation, I'd do it again for the teachers.
And that's why I had no problem, because I knew that we were gonna take a hit, but to get a B. And that's why I was like, it's shocked, what up to the B, so.
Right, and the indicator on the expenditures exceeding the revenues, you either get a 0 or you get a 10.
Yep.
So there's no sliding scale, there's no, if you're $1 over your budget and it comes out in your audit, you'll get a 0 if you don't have 60 days cash on hand. So there's no sliding scale on exceeding your revenues. You either get a 10 or you get a 0, based on your cash on hand.
Mr. President.
Mr. Board President.
Hold on,
Mr. Board President.
Both of you already used up your time.
Well,
So, Ms. Gutierrez.
that's what I was gonna ask you, because this is such a serious matter, and because there were zeros on internal controls, which is very, very concerning. I would like to ask, do you have the capacity or the authority to allow us to continue as long as we ask to be acknowledged? I also have several comments about the other zeros. We have a 0 on, like I said, internal controls, on procurement, on all those. I can send the email to everyone, for your review. But I think because it's such a hot topic, this has not only to do with us not having cash at hand. That was a question we've asked, that we have brought up several
Gutierrez.
times, and we
Okay.
were told not to.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. You already used up your time.
Yes, the internal control
Go ahead.
weakness was related to the expenditures exceeding the revenues. Our auditors felt that it was the second year and it required an internal control weakness. It was the same expenditures exceeding revenues.
So, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, point of order,
go ahead.
I think that we've already got
Go
a
ahead.
motion on the table, and it's 3-3. What is gonna be your verdict, or are we gonna go ahead and take a vote on this?
Mr. President, now you can go ahead and move forward and take a vote on whether you're going
Okay.
to approve or disapprove the budget for this coming year.
So I need a motion for approval.
We have a motion on the table and a second, right?
You can now call the vote.
To vote.
Well, because of all who approved, who was the one that submitted the approval?
You motioned, Ms. Quintanilla
No, that
seconded.
one is.
No, that was
table.
to, again.
There was
to
only
table.
one, there was only
Yeah.
one motion, that
I
was to
need the
table.
motion
No.
to approve now.
Yes.
The motion to table was voted down. So I need the motion to
Down,
approve.
okay.
now. Any motion?
What's your,
Mr. Villegas, a motion? Can I have a second? Second?
yes, we need to go forward. Make a motion.
Yes,
to
I know.
approve.
We have a motion by you, Mr. Villegas, but I need a second now.
I
Okay, I got a second from Ms. Castillo. All those for the motion, signify by raising your right hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Motion against? 1, 2. Okay, one abstention, I'm gonna abstain from that. Okay, so, motion passes. Okay, next item?
Yes, Mr. President, we move to item C, approve resolution for the 2026 proposed tax rate.
Mr. President, when the motion is considered for this one, there is exact language that we do have to read into the record. I believe it is attached to your all's packet, and if it's not, we will provide it to you here momentarily.
We are proposing a lower tax rate for the new year. It's based on the INS. We paid off a $5 million annual payment, and so we're proposing a lower tax rate.
Mr. President, the motion shall read, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.9825500, which is effectively a 0.05% increase in the tax rate.
I need a motion to approve? I need a motion to approve the...
Can you repeat the motion?
The proposed motion is, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.982500, which is effectively a 0.05% increase in the tax rate.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the tax rate.
Pursuant to that motion, Mr. President, to that language.
So the tax rate is increasing.
I would defer the question to Ms. Garza.
Ms.
Trustee
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, I'm so sorry.
It's an effective percent increase. It's required language by the state. Even though we are reducing the tax rate, our property values increase. So what they want the taxpayer to know is that we are supposed to get a 0.05 increase in our tax revenue, but it's not coming from a tax increase, it's due to property values.
Okay.
Based on that information, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Villegas. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Barron. All those for the motion, signify by raising the right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I do have an additional question. How is this going to impact district budget, if at all?
It doesn't impact the general fund because the reduction is on the interest and sinking side, which pays for debt. And we're not allowed to commingle those two. So it's a separate set of funds. And to the taxpayer, though, it's the same total tax rate. It's going to be lowered by 2.85 cents.
Okay. And then that fund, when it comes to the district, if you could just clarify for the community, what is that money? You said it was going to go into...
The portion of the tax rate that we're reducing is not on the general fund side. It's not for maintenance and operations. It's to pay debt.
Okay.
And that debt payment went down by $5 million per year, so we're able to lower the tax rate on the debt side.
On the debt side.
Right.
Okay, so thank you for that, and I just want to go ahead and say that I know that working with the budget and all of this is, it's tough, but I also want to say that all decisions having to do with the budget belong to the board. So any options, whether it's to go out for a loan, it is not just for the superintendent alone to make. He should bring us those options to the board and have us make that decision. If at the end we're going to be held accountable, which are three things that we can be held accountable, right? Which is the governance, which is the budget, and student outcomes. We're doing very well with student outcomes, but it seems that we have some work to do in the other two areas. And one more time, I'd like to remind the superintendent and the administration that the budget is our responsibility, and that I would like to see those options brought to us before any decision is made, because at the end of the day, that F rating belongs to the board. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Villegas.
President.
Dr. Elias, I'd like to ask you a question, just simple yes or no. If you had gone out for a loan, Dr. Elias, would you have brought that recommendation to us?
Yes, because it would have needed board approval.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, so on that same note, I agree with Ms. Quintanilla. We needed to hear the option, not whether Dr. Elias was going to go or not. would also like to hear the options and get the information as soon as we receive it. And then I have a question for Ms. Becky Gonzalez, even though I already know the answer. So the fact that we are going to appeal this F does not mean that we'll get our a change, correct? We appeal, but then TA decides?
Correct. TEA
Okay,
will let
so-
us know if our appeal is granted.
Okay, so appealing is not a guarantee that we will go to a D or to a B or to a C?
Correct.
Correct. And then there were other indicators, not only this one was 20%, but then we also had other indicators that were concerned, correct, from TA?
No, it was the two indicators that you're seeing at 0, and then the
There were
the
four
material
zeros.
weakness. I don't remember 4-0. There were 2 zeros, both related to cash on hand. One because of the revenues, expenditures exceeding revenues, which you can pass if you have 60 days cash on hand. So those two, we got zeros. And then
Okay.
the material weakness was the other one, which was also related to the expenditures exceeding the revenues. And then there was one where there was a mistake on a classification of a current asset, but we didn't lose all the points, we lost 4. So we got a 6 out of 10.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Dr. Elias, and echoing what Ms. Quintanilla was saying, it's, there's 4 zeros. So,
Here we go, Ms. Gonzalez.
but
so you can show-
nevertheless, everyone can make their own
This is the
decisions
first
and
rating.
decide to do their homework and read them.
Ms.
But
Gutierrez.
Dr. Elias, I
Ms.
don't go
Gutierrez,
to
you're already
agenda
out-
review.
You're out of time, Miss. Thank you, Miss. Mrs.
Yeah, I've
Gonzalez
never
gonna
gone
make,
to agenda.
Ms. Gonzalez gonna be able to answer that question you
Him
asked.
to provide me the information in advance as well.
Yes, thank you, Miss. Go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
There's a 0 on indicator number 7, which is a 60 days cash on hand, which we did not have. I'm sorry, that's the one, expenditures exceeding, no, that is the number of days of cash on hand. And then there's indicator number 9. Did the district's general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures? Our expenditures exceeded our revenues, and it says, if not, did we have the 60 days cash on hand? So we got a 0 for that one. And then indicator 18 is the material weakness. So the material weakness makes you lose points, which is the internal control that we were talking about exceeding the budget. I don't see another 0.
We already approved it. We already approved it. Yes, it's already approved. All right, thank you, Miss. Thank you. We went on to the next item.
Did we approve the tax rate? Yes, right.
It's item D, Mr. President.
Yes, okay. So we move to item D, Mr. President, approval of employee benefits administration services for HSA, FSA, and 403B programs through TIPS Cooperative Contract Number 240507.
Who's gonna?
Ms.
What
Gonzalez.
item is that, Dr. Elias?
D, under Finance 7D.
Okay, I have a question on 7D.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes, well, it's 7D and 7E, so I'll, on finance. The approval of employer, I did not see any bids. Was that a bid or?
TIPS is a interlocal agreement. It's a cooperative. So we're
Okay.
and they're our current administrator for our flexible spending account. So we're only adding the HSA part to the contract that they already have.
Okay, and then the other one, the letter E, it's an extension. Oh, well, we're not there, so I'll, but I already asked the question. Is it an extension Or
Is that the insurance?
that one is not a
Let's
bid
stick,
either?
stick to D.
We can just stick to D for the moment, Mr.
Okay. And it's an extension, why don't we go out for bids for those?
That'll be for the next item.
The employee benefits?
I think they want a vote on D before we move on, is what they're telling me.
Let me just have, I have a question, Mr. President.
Go ahead,
On
Ms.
D,
Quintanilla.
on the approval of Employee Benefits Administration, just if you can tell us how that is going to help our teachers, and if it has any implications on our budget.
And then my response for E.
That'll be on the next item, Ms. Gutierrez.
Well, that was it.
Okay.
So the health savings account that we're implementing, we hope will benefit our all our employees that sign up for the health savings account, because they'll be able to deposit their own money and use it for medical expenses. Even if they leave the school district, that money goes with it. From what we understand is they can also invest that money, and it can grow until they retire or they start taking Medicare. In order to qualify for the HSA, you have to have a high deductible. So PSJ has very low deductibles on their base and high plan that we hadn't been able to offer the health savings account without creating a high deductible plan. So the high deductible plan, if you're going to insure your spouse and your children and your family, the premiums are lower because the deductible is higher. To incentivize and let the employee choose, because we have been asked for health savings accounts in the past, and why don't we have them? It's because we didn't qualify with our deductibles being so low. So we hope this helps control our health insurance costs, and it also benefits the employee by investing their money, and they get to keep it even if they leave the school district.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Ms. Quintanilla, can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Robles. All those for the motion, signify by raising your right hand.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next items?
Yes, Mr. President, item E, under finance, approval of the 2026-2027 property casualty insurance renewal with Liberty Mutual and Hub International. And again, Ms. Gonzalez.
Go ahead, Mr.
I believe the question was, why did we renew instead of bidding out? The current insurance carrier held their rates. You are seeing a small increase, but it's due to us adding vehicles to our automobile policy. The insurance carrier rate itself did not change.
Motion to approve.
Okay. And is this practice to just renew instead of going out for bids?
When they're with a cooperative, yes, it's a legal practice.
Okay.
It meets the
Okay.
legal
Well,
requirements of bidding.
Yes. Okay, that's another question. It's legal to do it, but is it best practices, or are we allowed to go out for bids every time it comes up?
When they're holding their rate, we do renew, because if we bid out, there's a possibility that even our current carrier will increase their rates.
Okay, I see. Thank
I have a
you,
motion by Ms.
President.
Quintanilla. I'm sorry, you have a comment, Mr. Villegas?
Second.
Okay, I had a motion by
Second.
Ms. Quintanilla, I have a second by Ms. Gutierrez to approve. All those for the motion signify by raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item?
Yes, Mr. President, item F, approve renewal of the interlocal cooperation agreement for the tax assessment and collection with the County of Hidalgo for a total cost of $178,680, effective September 1st, 2026.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Mr. Villegas.
motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Quintanilla.
Second.
All those for the motion signify by raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next item?
Yes, Mr. President, we move to item 8, school operations, approve AIA document G701-2017, change order number 3 for PSJ auditorium renovations and additions project, also Dome, for $98,813.77. And Mr. Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent for Operations will present on that.
Good evening, Board, Mr. President, Dr. Elias, members of the Board. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to drive by Veterans, but they're making huge strides in our building. You know, the facade in the front is coming along with good time. We did have some changes, and again, and I want to reiterate that the purpose of this is for ADA compliance, right? That's been our main lens as we approach any of the build. And so what I have here is this change order is to build new ramps, a new ramp with on the west side corridor. That ramp is so that we can have access with a wheelchair to the stage. So we have two sets of ramps, right? Well, actually we have three. The outdoor, the ramps that access the front door, and then we have another ramp that accesses the actual seating, and then we have another ramp that we have to access the stage. So the one to access the stage, we did have to change our initial plan. The initial plan was to do the ramp on the outside to give people access to the stage, but because we could not compromise the structure by building a door where it's not supposed to be, well, we found out it wasn't supposed to be, we had to kind of pivot and change that ramp to be inside. So because we did that, what I did here, I showed you a couple of pictures here because we did have to do some electrical work, some plumbing work, and we had to add a whole room to kind of accommodate the landing of the ramp. And so if you see that left picture here, you see a big, I don't know if you see kind of like a lattice, and then you see a big room to the left of that. That whole area there was added to accommodate the landing of that ramp. Now, you know, if when you add a ramp, there's certain degrees that ramp has to follow ADA. And so because we had to run the ramp on that west side corridor, by the time it got to the stage, we had to kind of impede into the stage to make that ramp work. And so what we ended up doing is we added that room so that we used it for dressing room for the female side restrooms. And so we added to the dressing rooms and added restrooms as well. Okay? Also, of course, I just kind of showed you some pictures on the additional plumbing. On the next page, I kind of just give you a rough sketch of what the ramp design looks like. And if you look at the far left, you'll see where that ramp is going to be built when you're looking at the bird's eye view of the dome. We ask for the approval of this change order so that we can, again, comply with ADA specifications, and again, so that we can allow all students and staff to access the stage without the use of a lift, which is what the dome had before.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, can you remind me, I forgot, what is the name of the company that's doing all this construction?
G&G Construction?
Wasn't it at the beginning a different company?
No, ma'am.
So this is the one that originally we approved?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Mr. Gomez.
can we go back one slide, Dr. Douglas? Okay, and this is where I was confused because what you're bringing us to tonight, that's what me and the board president saw. But here it says east stage room, and I thought you said west side, no?
Yes, I think if you're looking at it's a west side.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
On the screen it says for the new east stage room.
Yeah, no, it's on the west side.
Okay.
If you're looking at it southbound, it's on the west side. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when I looked at that, what says east, I said that's not what.
No,
what we
that's
saw.
my.
So contingency or no?
So one of the things that in contingency, we have about $114,000. So some of these bigger items, I would like to do with a change order so that way when we're doing all the details at the end, it's kind of like when you finish your house, you start finding little things here and there. And so I want to make sure that contingency is left for that. And I just want to remind you guys, if we don't use that, we always get it back as a refund. So I just want to make sure that when we are doing all the finishing touches, that we have a piggy bank, so to speak, to be able to cover those things without having to deplete all of those funds now. If we do that, I kind of feel like the little things that come up at the end, you know, I don't want to do another change order for a small amount, right? When we can, you know, move it along with the contingency at the end. And again, if we don't use it, we get it refunded.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Ms. Quintanilla.
where is this $98,000 coming from? Is it from an existing account, or are we going to have to amend something later? I don't know who can answer that for me. The $98,000.
Is it in the current budget for 25, 26, or 26, 27? I'm not sure when the work.
It'll be
For right now. Where is it coming from?
Well, it'll be for 26, 27 though.
Right, I think it's for 26, 27. I don't think the work will be complete by August 31st.
Okay, so then this 98,000 was it already in our proposed budget? It's already accounted for?
There is a small portion for construction, yes,
So then this 98,000 is gonna come from that account?
correct. We put money in every function, just to at least have a little bit of a cushion. I believe we have about 100,000 for,
Okay.
I
So,
have a question, because you said you had contingency money, right?
Yes, sir.
So, in the next budget, the new budget, are you adding more to the contingency?
No, so the
Whatever you
contingency
have there,
set,
you're gonna use.
that one's set from the beginning of the, of the bid, yes, sir.
Mr. President, if I could continue, because I had not finished with my 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead, Ms. Quintanilla.
it's all right. So then, let's say we do have 100,000 in in next year's budget. And being that it is an ADA item, I motion to approve, Mr. President.
Okay, so I have a motion for approval, can I have a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Castillo, sorry, Ms. Castillo. All those for the motion, signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item?
Yes, Mr. President, we move to item 9, Human Resources, and letter A, approve School Board Policy Update 127, Localized Policy Manual Update 127. And this will be presented by Human Resource Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Garza.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Elias. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I would like, here we go. I'm going to skip a few of these slides. I'm going to start off, first of all, with a quick reminder, just a quick overview of Update 127, what it's going to focus on. Overview of changes dealing with the superintendent's non-renewal, term contracts, other types of contracts, elective instruction, GT services, and pre-kindergarten and student safety. Just a quick reminder, the Update 127 has about 45 legal policies that obviously are being updated, and there's just awareness for all of us. These are obviously do not need adoption by the board. What we are going to focus on are the local impact or the local policies, and those are the ones that I bring forth to you for your approval. But I did want to real quickly go over some of the updates, the explanatory notes for all the legal policies. And I did copy these. I know on the slide presentation they're stacked, but on the packet that was sent to you, they were individualized so that you would view them. If you want, I can read through them, or if you want me to, I can just skip and go to the local policy. How would you prefer?
I would like for you to, on this particular one, the accounting on inventories. I know that it has the first, it has some kind of guide there.
So on the first one, it's legal AIA, and this one does have to do some revisions through the A through F performance rating. And these are changes that are results of House Bill 8 and the 89th legislature. I don't have the full policy. The full policy booklet is like 468 pages. And I actually did send it to Dr. Davalos, but it's fairly lengthy. If you want, we can send it to you. But just know that these are going to be updated on TASB regardless of the conversations here. The ones that really do need your approval are the local ones.
I think we can skip to the local ones.
Perfect.
In the interest of time.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's your call, Mr. President. Sorry.
Sorry. I was looking at the information, sorry.
So,
Mr. Board President, just that, these are not my 2 minutes, but I have requested to get all of this information in advance with the, as we usually have done in the past, with highlighted areas that we're gonna change from one, to the next. We didn't get that information as requested.
I sent all the local policies and the changes, yes. But let me go through these. So the explanatory notes are going to give a brief summary of the legal and the local policies and the changes. Okay, so these are not highlighted. Okay, here's a listing of all the policy changes. As I mentioned, there's about 45 legal and there's about 10 that are listed that are local, but there's some deletions and some that have been expanded. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that we're going to go through this evening. So the very first one is local BJCF, and this one involves the superintendent's non-renewal. You'll notice that on page 1, there's 4 pages, there are no changes. So here you have page 2, 3, and 4. And I had provided a full page copy for you. And you'll notice down at the very bottom of page 2, that one, the only language that was added is line 27. And line 27 says, engaging in or assigning to another individual, whether intentionally or knowingly, an instruction, guidance, activity, or programming prohibited by law. So that is the change to this page. On the next page, at the top of page 3, again, it's an addition. It's item number 28. Engaging or assigning to another individual, whether intentionally or knowingly, diversity, equity, and inclusion duties prohibited by law. That's the change here. And of course, the enumeration, because there's 2 items that were added, it drops down 27 to 29. That's the only change on page 3. And there are no changes on page 4. So that's the extent of the changes to the local policy to that particular page. The next local policy is, did I skip one? Is CAA. So CAA has 3 pages. There are no changes to page 1. Well, page 1 basically just outlines, and you'll see the difference, the deletion in red, the blue is the new change. So it's basically telling us that they've deleted local policy DH, and they've added DHA, and we're going to go through that in a minute. So CAA, page 2 of 3, no changes there. Nothing on page 3 either. So now we go to local policy, DC. And on this one, there's only one page. And the only change here is on dealing under posting of vacancies. It's removing the designees. So the superintendent shall establish the guidelines. There's no opportunity to have a designee. And then down at the very bottom, they made some connections to removing the exhibit and adding a DHA legal policy. That's the only change to DC local. Now the next local policy is DH. On DH, it's got 6 pages. So you'll notice at the very top, you see the deletion of DH exhibit and they added DHA legal. That's the only change of page 1 of 6. On page 2, you'll see towards the middle, right under number 4, again, they removed DH exhibit and they made reference to the DHA legal. On the next page, 3 of 6, there are no changes. On page 4, again, there are no changes. Excuse me. And then on 5, again, none. And then on page 6, there were none either. So you'll see. So that is the extent of the changes for that particular one. Now we go to DH local. DH local, I'm sorry, that was the last page. Now we go to DP. You see how it's totally in red. They deleted this policy, and what they've done is actually divided it up into 2 local policies. Now we have DPA, local policy, and it is the same language that you had on the prior one, 1 through 7. But what they did is they separated the area that dealt with interpreting of data. On DPA, it is the same wording that is on DP, except you'll notice that on number 6, it says, on number 5, it says strong, hold on.
Strong communications.
You can see the difference is all they did is remove interpretation of data into another number. And the language remains the same. And what they did is they put the information on the counselor on a separate policy, DPB. So what they did is they divided the information on the qualifications. So now we go to EHBB local. And you'll see EHBB local has 3 pages. And there again, you'll see the changes in blue. Those are the addition. And the areas that are deleted are in red. And this one has to do with a matrix on selection of students into the program. And then just a couple of changes there on committee placement. And that's on page 1 of 3. There are no changes in page 2 or 3. And on page 3 of 3, they added the word for. You'll see where it's in blue towards the bottom. And FFF local. Here you'll see a few more changes. You'll see where they deleted some language in red and they added some language in blue. This one is a 2-page policy. So, and all the changes that were done on this policy are on 1 of 2. There is nothing on the 2nd page. So these, what I sent you is a copy of, I know on the slides are stacked, but I did send you the individual so you would have an opportunity to view them. And if you want to see the full update that includes the legal, we can send it to you so that you can view all the ones that are going to impact the legal as well, not just the local policies.
That's it.
That concludes.
Can you go back to DC local?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I just need an interpretation on this because where it says employment of contractual personnel, that's all administration, principals, teachers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it says here the superintendent has sole authority to make recommendations to the board regarding the personnel. The board retains final authority for employment of contractual personnel. Now, I just had a question because that supposedly there's an amendment somewhere, or there was a policy where the superintendent can appoint with an administrative appointment.
I think during the summer, the board has authorized Dr. Elias to hire contracted employees because when we hire teachers, we need to give them a contract or like staff throughout the summer months when we don't have a board meeting, and that's generally been the case.
So this is only during the summer months.
Actually, I can go back to when Dr. King was here. He was authorized to give contracts for teachers as well.
Okay, just wanted to, but they still have to bring them back to get verified, right?
Yes, and we've been doing that. He's been asked.
Okay, so really it's the board is the one that has a final authority. So he still has to come back and tell us, this is who I'm gonna appoint. It's up to us to decide whether yes or no. Am I correct?
That's.
According to the board policy.
Yes.
Okay. You have a question?
Yes, so clarification on what you're asking. So based on this policy, what you are saying is that even appointments, which typically the superintendent has that discretion, still need to come to the board for approval?
No, we're talking about contracted employees
Yeah,
here.
only contracted.
Yes.
Yeah, well, and I am talking about contracted employees. Are you talking about the initial contract or also,
Well, I'm referring to office, or anything administrative and principal, assistant principals, mainly that's what I'm referring to.
And those two come to you for approval.
They have to come to us.
Yes.
Well, there's no amendment in there that says that he has authority, according to that, to tell us, well, I'm doing administrative.
No, principals, assistant principals, they come to you for approval.
Just to clarify on that, because I know what you're going towards. If it's already an administrative contract, then as superintendent, I have the authority to move them around as long as it's within the same category. Now, if it was from a teacher to an administrative position, now I cannot do it. Now it needs full authority, but when it's within the same area, I have the authority to do that.
So if they're assistant principals, they're in that pool.
Yes.
So you don't have to come to us to get approval to appoint them to a school.
Correct, because they're still within the administration.
Okay, so where is that on the policy that they can do that?
What was your question? I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
Like appointing like an assistant principal to become a principal, because they fall within administration already. So that is within my authority to do. But when it's from a teacher to a principal or an assistant principal, because they're going from a teaching position to an administrative, that's a totally different contract. So as long as they're within the same contract, then I have the authority to be able to move somebody from a principal to a director, as long as they fall within the same contractual. Correct, legal?
That's correct, Dr. Elias.
So since it's local, can we amend that?
Yes.
To amend that what he was describing about that, because it's in the same domain, they can move assistant principal to principal without approval of the board.
Dr. Elias has granted that authority, Mr. President, because that's just the legalities that when it comes to those contracts. And
I believe they fall under legal, not local. Yes.
So that's from the state.
Yes.
That
That's
authority is from the state.
that, it falls within the legal parameters of the authorities that a superintendent would have, just pursuant to the legalities of the way the contracts are set up in the job descriptions and the titles, Mr. President.
I just wanted to.
If, I have
clarify
I have
Go ahead, Ms.
questions.
Quintanilla.
One, Dr. Davalos, somebody from the community is saying that they cannot see the policies online, that they're seeing a blank screen or a black screen. So just letting you know. Second, I'm looking at the agenda and it just says that it's just policy update 127. Why were they not, even the letters maybe put, I think we did it like that one time, and it was good for the public to know in case they wanted to look up specifics. And also, I like to know, especially with the one with the GT identification, when these policies get adopted or, put in place, how does this affect who notifies all the new policies to the department that it corresponds to?
We do.
Okay.
Generally, the GT or the different directors are pretty much aware of what's happening. Health Services, UIL, they get notices from TASB, this law is coming. As soon as you approve this, I'll notify TASB, and they will work on updating and putting the policies current, legal and local, and then we will notify our like in this case the GT department, the advanced academics, and so forth. So we'll work with them.
So some of this, especially one of them that impacts student safety. So I feel that of course it'll probably be relayed to the people within our school district. But how do we make sure that the community, the parents are aware of that student safety changes? And I know that we put it on our, school board, our TASB, all our TASB policy, what is it called, board
The
book or?
online, policy online.
Yes, and, but I want to know how, because the comments I'm getting is that this should have been, and especially because of the new requirements as far as agendas being a little bit more, more specific to what is being either discussed or approved, that.
I'm just continuing, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're out of time.
Oh, I'm out of
Right?
time.
Yeah.
Who's supposed to be, are you making me a sign? But.
I do raise my.
I'm sorry, I guess I need to look at you. But if you could answer my last question.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, you have your hand up?
Mr. President, she was going to answer her question.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So your question is regarding listing, yes, we will make sure that it's done properly. And regarding notifying changes, parents and so forth, for example, safety. I can rest assured that whoever oversees that department, in this case, it'll be Dr. Noyola, he will be in contact with me saying these are the implications that it's going to have to make, we're going to have to make, notify the parents, notify the departments, the schools, and so forth. So everyone that's impacted. If something has to go down to the parents, then a notice will be mailed out. If it's safe nursing, the health services, the same thing from there. If it's academics, it'll be Dr. Marquez. So everyone is pretty well alert of any upcoming changes. And if it deals with finance, business, everyone's in their department is aware of the upcoming changes and laws and policies, and we collaborate. And they'll know when they come to you for approval. At that point, then they'll know there'll be changes on the policy online, and then they can follow through with other changes that will impact their staff or their the community.
Okay, thank you.
Next item?
Wait, we have to approve. Do we have to approve it?
Thank you,
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I need a motion for approval.
I motion to
Mo-
approve.
Moved by Ms. Castillo, second by Ms. Barron. All those for the motion signify by raising right hand. Motion passes.
Yes, Mr. President, we move to the next item, item B. Approve the 2026-2027 T-test appraisal process timeline. And again, Dr. Garza will be presenting that.
So every year we bring to you our T-test teacher appraisal timeline, and this is what we bring forth to you right now. It's basically letting you know, letting our staff know when they'll be evaluated, when the expectations for the T-test and the guidelines that we follow. So this is what we bring to you for approval, because this does require approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Quintanilla, can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Robles. All those for the motion signify by raising right hand. Motion passes.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President.
Mr. Villegas, I acknowledge you, Mr. Villegas. Okay, you raised your hand. Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Next, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, we move to the next item, item 10, curriculum and instruction. And letter A is House Bill 3, Lone Star Governance Board Goals, and Dr. Marquez and the executive officers will be presenting on this.
Good evening once again, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Elias. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you this evening our district's House Bill 3 Lone Star Governance Goals. Last week during the board's Lone Star Governance Data Workshop, we had the opportunity to review the district's current HB3 goals, to examine the performance data that inform those goals, and receive your input and feedback regarding the district's future direction. So this evening, our purpose is to provide an update on the progress towards the board's existing goals and to present recommended revisions that were developed in response to your feedback that occurred during the workshop. Also, we're going to present the fourth proposed goal for the board's consideration, reflecting priorities that emerged through those conversations that we had with you and through the board's continued focus on student outcomes. So our goal tonight is to ensure that the board has the information needed to consider these proposed revisions and to continue setting clear expectations for student success across the district. So before we begin, just a quick overview. House Bill 3 requires Texas school districts to establish long-range goals focused on key student outcomes, including early childhood literacy, early childhood mathematics, and college, career, and military readiness. The law also requires districts to monitor progress annually, publicly report the results, and maintain measurable targets that support continuous improvement over time. Within the Lone Star Governance Framework, these goals serve as the board's student outcome goals, helping to define the results that the board expects on behalf of students and providing a clear focus for district planning, monitoring, and accountability. While HB3 established the framework, the specific goals and targets themselves are local decisions. They're developed through the board's vision for student success, informed by the district performance data, as we shared with you, with community priorities and ongoing board feedback. We'd like to thank the board for your engagement and the questions that you posed to us and the thoughtful input during last week's board workshop. I think we all really enjoyed the interaction. And the recommendations being presented this evening are the result of that feedback and the collaborative work that has followed. So at this time, we're going to turn the presentation over to our executive officers and our Director of Career and Technical Education, who will be presenting this evening on behalf of our college readiness team. We're going to review the current progress, the proposed revisions, and the additional goal that you all recommended.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Elias, Superintendent. Today, we will begin with the board outcome goal 1, which is early childhood literacy. As you may recall, as stated by Dr. Marquez during our board workshop last Tuesday, we had the opportunity to spend more time together reviewing our board outcome goals, their history, how the goals and targets were established and the framework we use to monitor progress toward those goals. Tonight, we're bringing that work back before you on its formal presentation as we seek the board's approval of our goals and targets moving forward. Before reviewing the data, I would like to briefly orient everyone to the template you will see throughout this presentation, which is what you see right now. At the very top is our board outcome goal, which represents the ultimate student outcome we are seeking to achieve. For early childhood literacy, our goal states that the percentage of students in grade 3 who perform at meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase from our 2023 baseline of 43% to 55% by June 2028. Directly below the board outcome goal, you will see our yearly district targets. These represent the percentage of third grade students we established as our expected performance at meets grade level or above on STAR reading for each year. As we progress toward our ultimate 2028 board outcome goal. Below the yearly targets, you will see our actual yearly outcomes. This allows us to compare what we expected to accomplish with what our students actually achieved. And then in the lower portion of the template, we disaggregate the data through our Closing the Gap student groups. As we discussed during our workshop, it is important that we look not only at the performance of all students, but also whether our individual student groups are making the progress necessary to close achievement gaps. When we look at our overall literacy trajectory, there is significant progress to celebrate. Our 2023 baseline was 43%. In 2024, our students achieved 45%, and in 2025, that increased to 46%. For 2026, our established annual target was 51%. Our students achieved 54% at meets grade level or above. So not only did we demonstrate an 8 percentage point increase from 2025 to 2026, but we also exceeded our 2026 annual target by 3 percentage points. That is significant progress and certainly something that we want to recognize and celebrate. We also want to look beyond the overall performance and examine our programs in relation to the Closing the Gaps interim targets that were established for student groups by the federal government. And here again, we have several accomplishments to celebrate. For all students, our interim target was 46%, and our students achieved 54%. For our Hispanic students, the interim target was 39%, and our students achieved 54%. Our high focus student group had an interim target of 37% and achieved 53%. Our emergent bilingual learner students, current and monitored, had an interim target of 37% and achieved 48%. Our economically disadvantaged students had an interim target of 35% and achieved 53%. And our current special ed students had an interim target of 26% and achieved 31%. So across each of these reported students groups, we surpassed the established interim targets. That is particularly important because our goal is not simply to improve the overall district number. We want to ensure that the progress we're seeing reaches the student populations represented with our Closing the Gaps measures. At the same time, we will continue examining the data for areas where gaps remain and determining where additional instructional support and acceleration are necessary. Recommendations moving forward, as we discussed with the board last week, these goals are intended to remain ambitious and to keep us focused on the student outcomes we ultimately want to achieve. Based on the progress demonstrated, we are recommending that we maintain our established early childhood literacy target of 53% for 2027 and 55% for 2028. Our students are currently at 54%, which means they have already exceeded the 2027 target, reflected in this trajectory. That provides us with an opportunity not only to sustain this performance, but to continue building upon it as we work toward the long-term board outcome goal. Ultimately, our expectation remains that by June 2028, 55% of our third grade students will perform at meets grade level or above on STAR reading. So if we look at the next slide, Dr. Rojas. So here we're going to look at the inputs, outputs, and outcomes. As we move to this next slide, I want to connect our student outcome data to another part of the framework we discussed during our board workshop last week. Again, being your inputs, your outputs, and your outcomes. We want to be very intentional and consistent in the language we use when discussing our board goals. Our inputs represent the resources, instructional strategies, people, and systems that we're investing in to accomplish that work. Our outputs represent the measurable evidence we expect to see as a result of those inputs. And for our board outcome goals, these include our goal progress measures, or GPMs. And then our outcome represents the ultimate student results we are seeking to achieve. So looking at the input for early literacy, you can see the instructional system represented through the inputs on the left side of the slide. At the foundation are our high-quality teachers, supported by high-quality instructional materials, including Savas and Magnetic Foundations Mosaico, as well as iReady reading in kindergarten through 5th grade. Those resources are reinforced through the RBs, which is a research-based instructional strategy, blended learning, Texas Read, Texas Lead, which is TXRL, a grant that we're under, Texas Reading Academies, that all of our K through 3rd grade and principals go through, lesson internalization, the TEACS resource system that the teachers use for planning, and lesson internalization also, strategic talent systems, instructional leadership, and ongoing professional development. These are not intended to operate as separate initiatives. They represent an aligned system of support designed to strengthen Tier 1 literacy instruction across all of our classrooms. Looking at the outputs, we then look to our goal progress measures to determine whether those inputs are having the intended impact on student learning. And there's a very intentional progression here. Although our ultimate board outcome goal is measured through the 3rd grade STAR reading, our GPMs, which are the goal progress measures, begin in kindergarten and continue through 1st and 2nd grade, which is a foundation. We do not want to wait until students reach 3rd grade to determine whether they are on track. For goal progress measure 1.1, our goal is to increase kindergarten proficiency on the TPRI and Tejas Leye reading end of year assessment from 81% to 87% by the end of 2028. For goal progress measure 1.2, our goal is to increase 1st grade proficiency from 61% to 77% by the end of 2028. And for goal progress measure 1.3, our goal is to increase 2nd grade proficiency from 74% to 83% by the end of 2028. These GPMs provide us with the important early indicators. They allow us to determine whether students are developing at the foundational literacy skills they need in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, so that they are prepared for success when they reach 3rd grade. Connecting these systems to the outcomes, and that is ultimately the alignment we want the board to see. We invest intentionally in our inputs. We monitor the impact of those inputs through our GPMs, and we expect that work to ultimately produce a board outcome goal we have established for our students. For early childhood literacy, the ultimate outcome in increasing 3rd grade performance at meets grade level or above, like as stated before, on STAR reading from 2023 baseline to 43% to 55% by June 2028. The value of this framework is that it allows us to monitor the work along the way. If our goal progress measures indicate that students are not progressing at the rate we expect, we have an opportunity to respond, adjust our support, and strengthen implementation before students reach 3rd grade. So as we move into the 2026-27 school year, we will continue monitoring the fidelity of our inputs, the progress reflected through our GPMs, and ultimately the impact those efforts have on our board outcome goals. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Arredondo, who will continue with Board Outcome Goal 2, Early Childhood Mathematics.
Thank you, Dr. Bracamontes. Good evening, Board President, board members, and the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Elias. I will continue with Board Outcome Goal number 2, Early Childhood Mathematics, which focuses on increasing the percentage of third grade students performing at meets grade level or above on STAR Mathematics. As you may recall last week, during our discussion, we spent time reviewing our board outcome goals, including the history of how these goals were originally established, the methodology behind the targets, and how they have continued to guide our work over time. So rather than revisiting the structure of the template that Dr. Bracamontes has already reviewed, I would like to focus specifically on where we are in mathematics, what the data tells us about our progress, and where we are headed next. Our Early Childhood Mathematics Board Outcome Goal establishes a 2023 baseline of 43%, with a long-term expectation that 58% of our third grade students will perform at meets grade level or above by June 2028. Looking at our yearly outcome, we moved from 37% in 2024 to 42% in 2025, and now to 49% in 2026. That represents a 7 percentage point increase in 1 year, which is significant progress and something we certainly want to recognize and celebrate, because we have to keep in mind that this is the first year of Bluebonnet mathematics. Our 2026 annual target was 53%. So while we did not yet reach that particular target, the 7-point increase demonstrates strong movement in the right direction. I also want to draw the board's attention to the closing the gap section, which is the last section in the table that you see. As we discussed last week, it is important that we not only look at our baseline data, but that we also examine our performance in relation to the interim targets that were established for our student groups by the federal government, and that's the middle section. And there is quite a bit of progress here that we want to celebrate tonight. For the all student groups, our interim target was 49%, and our 2026 performance was 49%. So we met the interim target. For our Hispanic students, the interim target is 44%, and our student achieved 49%, surpassing the target by 5 percentage points. For our high focus student group, the interim target is 42%, and our 2026 performance was 48%, exceeding the target by 6 percentage points. For our emergent bilingual English learner students, current and monitored, the interim target is 45%, and our students reach 46%, also surpassing the target. Our economically disadvantaged students had an interim target of 40%, and we are proud to say that we achieved 48%. That is an 8 percentage point increase from the interim target. And for our current special education students, the interim target is a 29%, and our students achieved a 31%, also surpassing the established interim target. So when we look beyond the overall number and disaggregate our results, there is important progress to recognize. We met or exceeded the interim targets across several of our key student groups, including the all students, Hispanic, high focus, EBs, EL current and monitored, economically disadvantaged, and special education. As we shared with the board last week, these goals are not simply numbers on a page. They are intended to drive the work every day. And based on the progress we are seeing, we are not recommending to lowering our expectations for our students. The administration is recommending that we maintain the established board outcome goal targets of 55% for 2027 and 58% for 2028. Our current performance is 49%. Reaching 55% in 2027 will require an additional 6 percentage point increase. When we consider that our students demonstrated a 7-point increase from 2025 to 2026, we believe maintaining the 55% target is both rigorous and attainable, while continuing to keep us on the trajectory toward our ultimate goal of 58% by June 2028. As Dr. Bracamontes has already shared, we are continuing to use the same framework of inputs, outputs, and outcomes. I would like to briefly show you how that framework is applied specifically to early childhood mathematics. Beginning with our inputs, we have intentionally aligned the resources, instructional practices, and systems that will have the greatest impact on academic achievement. At the foundation of that work are our high-quality teachers, supported by our high-quality instructional materials through Bluebonnet Mathematics and iReady Math in grades kinder through 5th grade. We are also strengthening Tier 1 instruction through the research-based instructional strategies, RBs, blended learning, our LIFT grant, the Texas Mathematic Academy's pilot that our assistant principals and CLLs will be participating during this school year, the lesson internalization, the TEACS resource system, strategic talent systems, instructional leadership practices, and ongoing professional development. These inputs work together to strengthen the quality and consistency of mathematics instruction students receive beginning in kindergarten. The impact of those inputs is then measured through our goal progress measures, or GPMs. Because our ultimate board outcome goal is based on 3rd grade STAR mathematics, our GPMs allow us to monitor student proficiency in grades leading up to 3rd grade, kinder, 1st grade, and 2nd grade. For goal progress measure 2.1, we are working to increase kindergarten proficiency on the iReady Inform EOY assessment from 54% to 58% by June 2028. For GPM 2.2, 1st grade proficiency will increase from 47% to 58% by June 2028. And for GPM 2.3, 2nd grade proficiency will increase from 40% to 58% by June 2028. These GPMs are important because they give us the opportunity to monitor whether our mathematics inputs are having the intended impact before our students reach 3rd grade. In other words, we do not want to wait until 3rd grade STAR to determine whether our students are on track. And that is the same philosophy for reading that Dr. Bracamontes just shared. As we move into the 26-27 school year, we will continue to monitor these GPMs very closely. Thank you. Next, Ms. Adriana Garcia will continue with board outcome goal number 3.
Thank you, Dr. Arredondo. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Elias. I'm here going to be reviewing the board goal number 3. This was a board goal that I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Uribe that presented at the board workshop last week. As you will see, we are looking at the goal 3, college, career, and military readiness. A little different and unique from the past 2 goals that you've been hearing about. A reminder, right, that our CCMR data is reported at a 1-year lag, as always. So as you look at the baseline, again, following the same format as the ladies before me, we're looking at the class of 2023. These are results that, of course, we were receiving in the year 2024 accountability. So as you can see where we started on the baseline, the first column there on your left, we had initially had 91%. That was based on our local district dashboards that we were using even then to monitor some of our information for our students. In the end, that final that came out with our data tables was an 87 and scaled over to an 89. As we move through the progress of the yearly targets, we look at 2024, the class of 2024, with the goal have been 93 and the outcome being an 89. As I go through the years, I will remind of some of the changes that did occur in accountability with CCMR as different phases have come up with the different indicators that actually are part of this. In the year 2025, the class of 2025, the goal was intended to be 95%. Our yearly outcome was at 89% when our results came back. Again, there is a difference there of 6% between the 95 to the 89, and those are also some of the things that I will review. But just making sure that we are looking at always showing some sort of stability, because as I discuss some of those inputs and outputs in the next slide, we'll see what we've already been monitoring and how we've been able to continue to target where we're at. As we continue, you'll see the class of 2026. This is our students that just graduated. We're looking at that of receiving at that time when those board goals were set initially, looking at a 97%. As we got our results with all the great news of that A, we do have that we resulted in a 90% for CCMR for the yearly outcome. Again, we're very proud of that, and we are discussing right now where we're going to move forward on these two coming years. As you will see, for the class of 2027 and 28, we are making predictions, and you will see how we have adjusted some recommendations to the board for the specific board goals. For the class of 2027, we are looking at the recommendation that was discussed at that board workshop at being at 91%. Still an increase from this current year, and we will discuss the inputs and outputs of we will be monitoring to ensure that that takes place. For the class of 2028, we look to make some adjustments to that initial board goal and putting that at being something reasonable, attainable, and based on the data that we're going to discuss to be at 92%. Again, still making sure we have our eye on the prize to maintain the great A that our district has had. So as you will notice at the very top, we are looking at changing the board goal from the percentage of graduates that meet a CCMR indicator, which there are various indicators that contribute to this, will increase from the 91% that we initially had for the class of 2023, moving on to 92% by June 2028. With that recommendation, I would like to mention some of the inputs and outputs that we were discussing. And as a reminder, keeping in mind the different developments that have occurred in the accountability with CCMR and specifically for CTE, which is why I'm here to represent. So on the next slide, again, keeping with the uniform language, I'm loving this that we are able to have that connection within all through, lower levels up to secondary. The inputs, as the ladies mentioned, these are some of the resources and what we're going to be providing. As you go through these different inputs, you'll notice that these are all because we have to keep in mind the interventions that we have to put in place, again, to still continue to move that work forward and keeping in mind the board goals and continuing to make progress year after year. So on the first inputs, you'll see that we're looking at interventions with our quarterly CCMR roundtables. So I know earlier today they talked about target improvement plans with Olivia Martinez and how those are monitored quarterly. Those as well we monitor quarterly for our CCMR roundtables. And so you'll notice that what are the things that we are going to be providing as inputs is the leadership time to interview, to be able to come together to look at and review CCMR data, accountability expertise that are going to be discussed during those roundtables, And again, this is a campus-based leadership team. So it looks different at each of the campuses that we go to support. Have them really have those crucial conversations about where they're at presently, and every quarter monitoring, are we making the progresses that we need to be making? The next internship that we would talk about would be data-driven progress monitoring. So some of the inputs, the resources that we're going to be acquired there is we're looking at our teal data, right? We are still using CCMR dashboards that we have now advanced, because when I talk about some of those changes in CCMR and how with accountability the CTE has been phased in with making adjustments throughout the way, we also have had to update the way we're monitoring to make sure it's as accurate as possible so that we're giving those true support systems to our campuses. And of course, our data analysis support. For targeted interventions, looking at the next bullet, it's geared towards our college readiness components, the TSIA 2 resources, tutoring, dual credit support, as well as industry-based certification preparation, our advising resources, and our student CCMR information. With these, I'd like to be specific in the resources and saying this is where we're really digging deep into the data with the campuses, going student by student, seeing who is still pending to be accounted for CCMR, and what is the different plans we have in place for that student to accomplish. As everybody, we do have to have more than one plan, because we need to make sure that we are able to account for every student in those areas. As far as the IBC preparation as well, to the resources that we're so fortunate that you all support in our purchase for, these are all aligned to the certifying entities for those certifications that are on the approved list from TEA that count for this accountability section. Our next bullet for inputs is PD and professional development, and that is on building our capacity. We want to make sure that we are not the only gatekeepers of this CCMR expertise, right? This is what is also intentional during those roundtables, that we bring to light that it's a team effort. So we have teachers from the campuses, from their committees there. We have administrators, we have counselors, we have financial aid officers. We've got different departments that are there gathered together because we want to make sure everybody knows their part and role to play to help with this information. The next intervention, looking at some resources, would be our PEIMS accountability support. And again, as we've been digging deep into the PEIMS, right, we want to make sure we are looking at everybody's aware of coding guidance, our CCMR indicator criteria, what is it that we're looking for to make sure that we're doing those proper codings, because what is delivered to the state, we know, brings out our outcomes. We also want to make sure that we have data validation processes. So again, coming up with timelines, working with other departments like our PEIMS department to have those timelines of when we're monitoring and we're verifying information. We're there hand in hand again with those campuses, so that way they're able to understand what is being submitted, and we verify and check that we're not leaving anything out. We do have the next input for our intervention of post-secondary readiness expansion. Again, our college partnerships, we're talking about dual credit opportunities, our TSIA 2, where we have our support systems for the different tiering that we have at the campuses. So we're targeting students in groups based on their needs, looking at that tier 1 student to move them up and get them TSI complete, and then moving on to the different supports a tier 2 student may need, as well as tier 3, making sure those support systems are embedded within the campus and with a plan so that we're targeting these students individually. And then at the bottom, you'll see that the last input that we have down there for interventions are going to be our executive leadership, college readiness team, campus data, coaching, and again, those targeted resources. I know we're hearing a lot of the same language, targeted, intentional, focused. This is because we feel that these have been the strategies that have really pushed our work and have gotten us to get to the accomplishments that we have today. And so as you can see, when we look at these inputs, the resources that we're having, we want to make sure how are we going to measure that they are going to be the true outcomes that we want for our accountability for our district to shine, right? So our outputs, you'll see there, again, we're having these quarterly leadership meetings. The campuses each have their own campus action plans. It's not a template that we use across all campuses because they're not the same. They're leveraging on sharing best practices and making that their own based on their campus. We have progress reviews. So again, during these leadership roundtables, we're looking at the data, bringing out the students. How many students does it going to take for us to get to the level that we want to be? And making sure we have multiple plans to ensure that a student meets one, if not more than one, CCMR indicators to help ourselves and help our students. Outputs also that we're going to measure are our monthly data reviews. Those are identified student gaps. We're progress monitoring, providing these reports to the campuses and our campus data meetings. Again, with the support of College Readiness Department, I know in their area they do provide literally the list of students stating these are the students that we're targeting based on their tiering. Whether it be you're going to do a TSI Academy, we're going to have pull-outs, you're going to do after-school intervention, but having multiple points to be able to make sure that we are getting the students' availability. We want to make sure that that athlete, that band student, anybody else that's involved in extracurricular activities has the opportunity to still take part of this because we have multiple interventions in different forms throughout the school day. Another thing that we will be providing with those evidence that's going to help us move the work is going to be our tier supports, our dual credit tutoring and advising. There's been a lot of growth in making sure that we're not just having the student in the seat for dual credit, but we want them to be successful in there. So looking at what type of tutoring, we don't just need tutoring for STAR, we need tutoring for TSI, and we need tutoring once they're in that college seat, because we want them to have the best outcomes on those transcripts for college. The IBC preparation, again, as we've grown with our industry-based certifications and we're looking at our data and passing rates, we're making sure that we're also providing opportunities for benchmarking, just the same way they do with STAR. We want to know where we stand and how much more we need to target specific students. So again, we're moving that bar up for everyone, but based on their individual needs. Our CCMR student orientations, again, it's become common language. Get college and career or military ready. So it's something that even our schools incentivize students. Some of them have done t-shirts, they've got posters when they pass TSI to publicly promote and recognize these students. And so those are good outcomes and measurable evidence that we're doing the great work that we show as far as the data. Outputs 2, training for administrators, counselors, teachers, and CCMR staff, and its ongoing coaching. Again, we know that some of our data, like I mentioned, some of the accountability system has changed, and we always have to make sure that we've got everybody speaking the same language and understanding that movement, because it takes more work and it takes more intentional planning to make sure we're going to get there. And so training for administrators at the campuses, that's our role as support departments to make sure they're fully understanding, right? Besides everything that's going on their campus, we keep our eyes on the prize with accountability. And so as well as counselors and teachers, especially in CTE, our teachers are our biggest promoters, right? You got to keep the students in their specific pathways. So they have to be fully aware of how this plays out when students don't do that. And we want to make sure that we try our best with our advising to keep them on track, as well as our counselors and our CT advisors, because them working together is going to be what's going to help make sure that we keep these students to be CT completers, which has an effect and has, through a phase-in, been part of CCMR. As far as continuing with the last 3 bullets for our interventions, when we're talking about interventions of PEIMS accountability support, the monthly PEIMS updates, coding trainings that we've been very fortunate that we've gotten a lot of deeper dive on that. Data audits, we're just spot checking to make sure we're catching all of those codings to make sure it's accurate information. Coding corrections and verification. Those are a big component because, again, we want to make sure that all the hard work that our students and our teachers and all our staff do, campus administration, is actually showcased because of the correct data being submitted to the state. We will also include, as far as outputs, increased participation and completion in dual credit, TSI 2, our IBCs, and now with our military workforce pathways and college prep opportunities. So again, these are all different measurable evidence that we'll be looking at, making sure that, like I mentioned, we're checking our list student by student every quarter so that we know And we're not just targeting our senior class because of CCMR. We're already looking at our juniors, because if we don't catch something now, it could affect us with that 1 year lag. So we're always staying a year ahead to make sure we have those systems in place. And then the final output that you'll see there about measurable evidence, what we're going to produce for our executive support is our campus-specific CCMR action plans. Like I mentioned, it's not a cookie cutter template. It is something that we just provide the campuses so that way them digging in their data, having those conversations during the roundtables, we're able to come up with action plans together. But one of the big things that I love is during these times, we're sharing best practices from our district. So it may not be what your campus needs, but we want everybody to be fully aware that it is a strategy that can be utilized if you do have that specific need. Monthly and quarterly check-ins, target interventions, and of course, our progress monitoring as we have with the other goals that are being presented today, looking at each of those that are components that are going to be part of the CCMR. And so overall, you'll see that the outcome for this board goal and the recommendation that we're seeking today is going to be that the percentage of graduates that meet a CCMR indicator to increase from 91% to the adjusted goal there, 92% by 2028. As I mentioned, a few things just to highlight, and I know that this was discussed last week as well during your board workshop, is keeping in mind how CCMR accountability did shift, right? Back in 2022, when we started some of these board goals that we're closing up at this point, for a district to meet and earn an A rating for CCMR, they had to meet 60%. We were way above that at that time. So the goals that you see there seemed very reasonable, attainable with the systems we had in place. Again, in 2023 is when we got the cut score update, and now to get an A in CCMR, we needed to hit 88%. These goals have not been reevaluated during that time, but that doesn't mean that our systems haven't been evaluated, because we've been able to continue to increase and do well on CCMR. Another change that occurred, and like I mentioned, some of the few changes that are occurring with the indicators for CCMR have been specific to CTE, is in 2023 when they phased in, as far as our certifications, they did cap us. There was a sunsetting list as the approved list of certifications came out, that they identified specific certifications that some we work utilizing for CCMR in our pathways, and they capped those sunsetting at 20% of the graduating class. So if a student only earned CCMR based on that one indicator, which was the CTE industry-based certification, and they went over 20% as a campus on their graduating class, they did not provide those CCMR accredited points to that campus. So that was one area that we started to see change. Then they also included a phase-in of the alignment of program of study. So again, when you consider CTE, in the past, it was about earning the certification only and being in a level 2 course that certification aligned to. And then they moved it, and they identified back in 2025 is when the requirement came in that they had to be a concentrator in CTE. That means they needed 2 courses for 2 or more credits in the same program of study that the certification they earned was aligned to. Again, getting very specific on making sure we match coursework with certification. Again, CTE knows that that's what's best for kids, that they would get a lot more in-depth knowledge and skills staying in the pathway. The longer you stay in the pathway, the more in-depth certifications you can acquire and to be better prepared and competitive in those career fields. And now, for our current class that just finished, of the class of 2026, we have the students that need to be completers. These students will have to have 3 courses for 4 or more credits, one being at least a level 3 or 4 course, plus earn the certification that's aligned to that pathway in order to be CCMR complete. So again, a lot of opportunities have been discussed this evening. We have a lot of things going in our district, and with that comes the challenge of making sure the student is staying in a pathway because we want them to get certifications, crucial credentials that the state has vetted and approved based on them being high skill, high wage, and high demand. And these are things that we want for our students. So as we go back and we look at the recommendation, what we're seeking is to look at the data of where we've been, the changes that have occurred, the progress that we're making, and the different interventions and strategies that we're going to be monitoring based on the resources that we have available, the support that we can provide to our campuses, so that we are proposing that suggestion or that recommendation to increase from 91% to 92% by June 2028. I also just want to make a quick reference, as everybody did, to their student groups, right, in our first slide. If you want to go back really quick, Dr. Lavalos, I apologize. The middle section of the table, the student groups' yearly targets, right? That's indicating our Domain 3 area, which are our federal targets of closing the gaps. You'll see that the next interim target that goes all the way to 2032 is set at 73%. Currently, PSJA is at 90% with CCMR, way above the federal guidelines on this. So we feel that its recommendation of what this board goal is, again, something that we can monitor, something that we're going to show growth in, that's best for our students, is attainable, it's still rigorous, and we will still continue to do well to meet that area, because we know CCMR is heavy in 2 of the domains of accountability, and we have a lot on our shoulders to make sure that we can take care of for our students, for our staff, and for our district to shine and continue to get that A. I will answer any questions if we have any.
Any questions?
Are we gonna wait until the 4th goal?
Yes, sorry, I apologize. I'll pass it on for the next board goal, number 4.
Can you do something so that you can get the sound, because it fell off? Okay. So it'll be very quick. I think the computer got tired.
Yes? I think. Yes? Okay. Hello again, board president, board members, Superintendent Dr. Elias. Dr. Bracamontes already described the board outcome goal process and how the goals that give us the vision, while inputs, outputs, and outcomes are aligned to help us achieve the goal. Therefore, I'm just going to specifically go into the proposed 4th goal. I'm presenting a proposed 4th board outcome goal focused on middle school mathematics. This proposal is being brought forward for the board's consideration and approval based on the workshop and feedback received from several members on Tuesday, August 11th, when we had the workshop. During that workshop, the team discussed the importance of selecting a goal that reflects the cumulative impact of our middle school mathematics program before students enter high school. We wanted to ensure their readiness before entering into high school. So for that reason, our team discussed several options, but the proposed goal will focus on grade 8 mathematics and include all the exams that 8th grade students would take. So that means combining both STAR mathematics in 8th grade as well as Algebra 1 and of course performance for 8th grade students alone. This allows us to capture the performance of all 8th grade students, including those who have accelerated into Algebra 1 by 8th grade. The proposed board outcome goal is to increase the percent of grade 8 students
who perform at meets grade level or above, which is the on-grade level performance, on STAR Mathematics and Algebra 1 end of course. And that would be from 55%, which is the baseline of that combination in 2026, to 59% by June 2028. The yearly targets from 26 to 27 to 28 provide a gradual and measurable path forward, beginning with the 55% baseline in 2026, increasing to 57% in 2027, and reaching 59% in 2028, mirroring the same pattern for our other academic goals in third grade. This goal will allow us to monitor progress across closing the gap student groups that you see here, so that improvement is not only district-wide, but also equitable across the students we serve. I do want to point out an inaccuracy in the chart because I used this template as the third grade, the same template that third grade reading and math was using. So you'll see at the very bottom rows, there's a 2026 baseline row of performance. That's inaccurate. You could actually eliminate all that information and just use the actual 2026 performance. Since our baseline is 2026, it is that bottom row that is accurate information. The one right above that was 2023's baseline, I think from third grade. So I apologize, you can just eliminate that, and that would be our current baseline performance for 2026. On the next slide, this shows how the district will support the proposed board outcome goal through aligned inputs, outputs, and outcomes. The inputs column identifies the key systems and resources that will support middle school mathematics improvement, including high-quality teachers, high-quality instructional materials through Bluebonnet, research-based instructional strategies and product training, strategic talent systems, instructional leadership, the LIFT grant, Mathia and MathStream, which are programs through Carnegie, blended learning, accelerated instruction, the use of iExcel, and the Texas Curriculum Management Program Cooperative, which is TCMPC. The outputs column identifies the goal progress measures that we would want to also monitor in the earlier grades, and to ensure that we're moving in the right direction before students get to 8th grade. So you'll see goal progress measure 4.1 sets a target for grade 7 mathematics, increasing the percent of students performing at meets grade level, which is on grade level work or above, on STAR Mathematics, whether they are testing in 7th grade STAR, 8th grade STAR, or Algebra 1 end of course. In 7th grade, we have several students that are either testing 7th grade STAR because they're on a regular pathway. They may be taking 8th grade STAR because they're on an accelerated pathway, or they may already be in Algebra 1 as 7th grade students. That combination of performance is what we'd want to measure as the performance for goal progress measure 4.1, so that we can monitor how 7th grade students are doing on their respective exam. And we would, and that is from 43% current baseline in 2026 to 47% by June 2028. For goal progress measure 4.2, that sets a target for grade 6 mathematics, increasing the percent of students performing at meets grade level or above on STAR Mathematics from the current baseline of 34% to 38% by June 2028. Although the board outcome goal is focused on grade 8, these goal progress measures are intentionally designed to create a through line across middle school mathematics. They help us monitor the pipeline in grade 6 and grade 7 so that we can intervene early and strengthen student readiness before grade 8. The outcome remains the grade 8 board outcome goal. Increasing meets grade level or above performance on STAR Mathematics and Algebra 1 end of course from 55% to 59% by June 2028. Progress will be monitored through the TA interim assessment that we will be assessing in the beginning of year, the 2026 STAR release test as the middle of year benchmark, several unit assessments and exit tickets that we will be, that are in our curriculum, and these measures give us both system level and classroom level evidence of progress throughout the year. We want to thank the board for your consideration of this proposed fourth board outcome goal. And at this time, now we are requesting approval of the board goals as they've been presented tonight.
Thank you.
I motion to approve.
I think, was it Ms. Gutierrez had her hand up?
Ms. Gutierrez, did you have any comment? Mr. Villegas?
Do I,
Okay,
what?
go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez. Did you have
I didn't hear. What was that?
any comment on the Lone Star Governance Board Code?
Just one. And let me remove the hand. The only question I have is on the reading level, 58%. I've been researching and talking and listening to people that have been throughout the presentation sending information. And would we, Ms. Guajardo, Dr. Guajardo, sorry, would we be okay in changing that number from 58% to a higher number to make it more rigorous? And because these are board goals, but at the end of the day, if we strive to reach them, and but we also have to think about all of those children out there that are part of the other, 42% that will not be part of the goal. And I know that we strive to get everyone, but I think I would, I don't presume to know more than you guys, and we'll respect your opinion. But I think perhaps we can make that goal a little bit more rigorous.
Just for clarity, Ms. Gutierrez, were you asking for the third grade literacy goal?
Correct.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Because we are talking about 42% that would not be, included in this goal.
So I'm sorry, Dr. Gutierrez. So you're saying to increase the June 2028 from 55%? Because it was 55%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 58. Okay, 55%. Yes.
We had discussed the fact that, we are exceeding, right? Right now in 2026, we're currently at 54%. So that would be basically looking at one more.
And so you're proposing going to 28 at 55%. So if we currently are at 54%, we have 2 years to increase just 1%. So I think, for your consideration, I think making it a little bit more rigorous, given that you guys have accomplished so much, and with the A rating, and so it's 54. In 2 years, we're gonna surpass, but I would, for one, would like to see it, go higher, because it is 2 years, and then also considering the 42% children that will be, 42, and I keep going to 58. I apologize.
Yeah.
The 45% of children that would not be included in this.
Yeah. So I know that that's something that was discussed at the workshop, right? We had.
We didn't have a discussion. We had a presentation. We listened. We asked questions. But at the end of the day, we agreed they were going to bring it to that you guys were going to bring it here, and then, we can still if the board so chooses, make it a little bit more rigorous. And again, 54 to 55 in 2 years. I mean, it's very attainable, and it's also very mediocre to not to call it that. You know, to just try to go 1 point in 2 years. Given that, if you see, we went from 46% in 25 to 54. And then from 45, well, we went 1 point, but from 25 to 26, we went up, what is it, 10 points? 9 points, something like that. So I don't know, it was just a comment and for your consideration, maybe.
That would be, that would be collectively a board decision, President Rodriguez. The discussion, and we did have a discussion and questions at the board workshop, where we received your feedback, was to keep it a realistic and attainable goal and then reset in 2 years. So as a board, if you decide to move it up, leave it as it is, it's ultimately your decision. But the recommendation from our group is to keep it the same, also based on your feedback from the board workshop.
Right. And I
Mr.
hear you,
President.
but I just brought it up because it's feedback. Oh, my 2 minutes were up?
You ran out of time already, Ms. Gutierrez. Sorry.
Huh?
You ran out of time already, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so it was just a recommendation, because, you know, we discussed the students going to other districts, so, you know, it would be.
Okay, sorry, I had to do that.
Mr. President,
Hold on, I have Mr. Villegas has his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's fruitful discussion, but I think what was very fruitful was the workshop that we had. And we had input from all our executive officers there, and we went through 4 different stations and discussed why the different board goals, what we were trying to accomplish. I think we came to an agreement there. If it had been where there hadn't been input from so many people, I would say, well, we've got further discussion at the board table. But since we had so much input, it was a lengthy workshop. It was very detailed. There was a lot of input from our educators. So based on that, I would prefer that we go ahead and leave it where it is, especially with the success that we've been having. So at this time, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation as presented by staff.
Okay, I have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Castillo. All those for the motion signify by raising your right hand.
Aye.
Motion passes. And yes, we did discuss it there, and matter of fact, our recommendation was to be
I
very
didn't
realistic,
vote
and then
for the record.
so we can. So it was a lot of discussion there. So yeah.
Mr. President, I do have a couple of questions.
Right.
Go ahead.
I didn't vote.
Yeah. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead. Was it a yes or no?
I voted on this particular item, no.
You said no. Okay. So
Thank you.
we have.
Yeah, so I just had a question. So on the
6-1.
both the math
6-1.
and the reading, 3rd grade, are those tests in English or in Spanish?
The reading is in both languages. We have some English and Spanish, so this is a combination of both.
So, and that was, okay, and that was gonna be my question is, are you averaging both English
ma'am.
and Spanish?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And-
For the mathematics, it's mostly English unless we have recent immigrants. Those are the only ones that will test in Spanish.
Okay, but I'm saying, but the
It is
information
combined.
here is combined?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also for the CCMR, I'm glad that, Ms. Garcia was able to present and highlight the fact that CTE is making an impact and it's helping earn those CCMR points. The last time I think I had asked, do you remember how many CTE students were served this past year?
I didn't bring that data with me, but Dr. Davalos is kind of hinting there it's over 11,000.
For this coming year?
Oh, upcoming year?
No, I'm saying.
The
'cause-
past year.
this past year, because normally we don't have, I don't even have that many students in,
Yeah.
in the high school. And so,
But we're including the middle schools, because remember, they're receiving
There
high
you
school
go.
credit courses, so they do count.
excellent, okay. And so I'm glad to hear that you are making progress towards the CTE completer, because that is in fact going to be key. And so thank you for bringing that and having everybody recognize how important CTE is, especially as we try to reach our CCMR goals. And also, as you look into, and this may not be necessarily your specific area, but this is for the CCMR, for your college readiness department, is the outcome bonus funding. You know, that we do need to make more progress towards that, because we are at 17%. And just by, since, you know, sometimes we get compared to our neighboring school districts, Edinburgh is at 21%, McAllen is at 33%, and Hidalgo is at 23%. So we just need to continue making those gains as it relates to our TSI and our certifications, especially in CTE.
Yes, ma'am.
So-
And we do look at that. One of the things that we did learn, again, through the years is, you know, we were making sure we were focusing on getting students in a seat for a level 1 college certificate. And we know that some of the, like with our CT college certificates, they are TXI waived. But again, now looking at it, what the system we put in place is, even if you're doing a level 1 college certificate, your goal is to get TSI. And so of course, one, that's looking out for the student, for that way, once they graduate, depending on their options, we'll have helped them already be that. They can go on to do associate's degrees in any of our trades or CT programs, one, and two, it will elevate us on the outcome bonus funding as well.
Thank you. Thank you to all the EOs and for the presentation. And again, I'm pretty satisfied with the goals that we have set forth. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I wanted to just say that we had 6 for approval and 1 against, so the record. And I wanted to recognize Mr. Cinto Ramos in the audience. Thank you, sir, for your guidance through this board role. So just wanted to thank you for that. Okay, so next presentation.
Yes, Mr. President, we move to Student Services, and it's presentation on the district's vulnerability assessment, DVA, and it's the full report by Dr. Nayola.
Good evening, and Mr. President, Dr. Elias, and members of the board, thank you for giving me this opportunity to go over the district vulnerability assessment, the full report. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to just explain what it is, what it means, and then I'll continue. So you want to go to the next slide, Dr. Davalos? According to the Texas Education Code, TEA must conduct a detailed vulnerability assessment of each school district on a random basis. And it's determined by the agency whenever they want to come in, and it's done for each district once every 4 years. So let's go to the next slide. And so when they come in, what are they looking for? Well, they're looking to identify security gaps. They look at our security throughout the entire district. They pinpoint flaws in perimeter security. They look at our visitor screening, what we do when visitors visit our district. Exterior door locks, are they being locked at all times? They also look at our review emergency plans. And this is provided to the TEA every year. And they look at it and they want to look if it is aligned with real world crisis responses. They also ensure state compliance, that we're fulfilling the mandated state review schedules. And also the last thing that they look at is they drive correction action. If they find something in our district, what they do is they give us a confidential report, a data, and they recommend to fix vulnerabilities before an incident occurs on campus. Next slide. So after they give us this assessment, report is generated by them, by TEA. They review it with us at the district level. They look at or pinpoint what are some best practices that they saw. They look at what are some suggested improvements, and then also required correction actions. In addition, the TEA agent that sits down with us, when they give us a DVA report, they they align on the completion timing. When are you gonna complete all these things that they did want us to correct? And so that is what they do whenever they come in. And the next slide tells you they did come in to see us, to evaluate us on January 2026. They looked at 30 campuses out of our 42 campuses. Now, one of the things that they did, enjoyed watching and applauded the district was that they did see that we have bleed kits in every classroom. All the classrooms that they visited had them, all 30 campuses. Also, they looked at the anti-choking device. Every campus has one. It's not required, and that's why they applauded us. They also looked at that we have Narcan in every elementary, middle, and high school. It's not required for the elementary, but we do have them there. This is, of course, Ms. Zulema Solis, the director. She makes sure all of this is there. Also, the Notify app. They were impressed with our app and that it was available for every student to report incidents and any suspicious activities or anything that they need to report. It's confidential, and so they really like that. They also like that we have a graphic wrap, or in other words, tinted windows, especially at the elementaries and some of the middle schools, even the high schools, on the doors and windows to, not allow, I guess, the outsiders to look inside the building. Not only that, they also notice that whenever parents are coming in to pick up their child, we kind of escort them to the side and we have them wait in the front vestibule. We don't let them go inside the building. Next slide. I know that overall, the district received very favorable remarks on the assessment. However, there were some general findings. I just want to say this at this time, that as a district, we acknowledge that parents and community members are likely very interested in the details of the assessment. However, it is in the best interest of the students that we do not share this information, as it could lead to compromising important campus security information. We would like everyone to know that PSJ ISD is committed to providing a safe and secure learning environment for our students and staff. And during the school board executive meeting, we can discuss specific details on the district vulnerability assessment. So that concludes my presentation, and I guess we can discuss it in executive. Okay?
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Just a quick question. So the campuses that weren't visited, did we go back and do our own assessment based on what we saw TEA doing?
They pointed out in the 30 campuses, we're doing it for all 42 campuses.
But the ones that weren't visited?
Right,
Okay.
exactly, that is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I just have a comment. Thank you, Dr. Noyola. I think that just being proactive and really being prepared for a crisis is really huge. And I like what you're reporting to us, because I think that it's important. And so I'm glad that you're putting all this, getting ready for all this and having all the equipment necessary to keep our children and our students safe.
Exactly, and they were very impressed, and they didn't, we'll discuss it in there, but they were very impressed with some of those things that I listed. And they really, we do a really good job as a district with all the departments. It's not just, security, it's also policemen, it's also health services, it's also MIS, Dr. Davalo's department. It's a whole team approach, and maintenance department as well with Mr. Ralph Gonzalez, his team. I mean, we do a phenomenal job, and we've been told by Region 1, but now the state comes in and they tell us the same thing.
That's
So
great to
just
hear.
wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was just a presentation, so we won't have to vote on anything. So going to next item, which is executive session, Government Code 551.071 through 551.084. If during the course of the meeting, discussion of any items on the agenda should be held in closed meeting, the board will conduct a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, subchapters D and E, or Texas Government Code Section 418.183F. Before any closed meeting is convened, the presiding officer will publicly identify the section or sections of the act authorizing the closed meeting. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open meeting. See board policy. Okay, so at the 11:33, we're gonna go into executive session. Okay. también. Okay. Okay, we're back from executive session at 12:03 a.m. Gonna go ahead and go with the human resources.
Yes, Mr. President, you want to go with that one or the
With the C.
consultation? Okay,
The
we'll
C.
go with the C. So seeking approval on the proposed termination of Chapter 21 contract for employee CP.
Can I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Barron. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Quintanilla. All those for the motion signify by raising the right hand.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Going on to next item, finance. Right? Oh.
Mr. President, we'll go to the discussion, oh no, it's the approval of the sale of property, approximately 0.42 acres of real estate property to JGN Valley Land Co. LLC, and it's for $125,000.
I have a motion for approval.
I move.
Moved by Ms. Castillo. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Robles. All those for the motion signify by raising the right hand.
Aye.
Motion passes. I got a vote from Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Villegas.
Yes.
Okay, yes for Ms. Gutierrez, yes for Mr. Villegas. Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. Okay, I need a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Ms. Quintanilla. Can I have a second by Ms. Castillo?
Second.
Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.